but they're different couches.
Different couches.
Yes. Hello, Angel.
I think we're gonna get everyone mostly on time
Jumina,
today.
finally, I see you in person. Hello.
How's it going, Liz?
Well, thanks. I realize I did not capture your vote in the committee when we voted on that reso.
Oh, I was not aware. Was it that first time I joined?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually working on a lot at the moment. So
I totally get
please
that.
catch me up.
No worries. Well, it's all in the minutes and you'll have the opportunity to vote on it when we vote as a board. So
Thank you.
excellent.
So,
Good
I
to
don't know
see
what
you.
I'm doing, but I'm doing something.
Hey, Jocelyn.
Who is that?
Domingo.
I say, sounds like
Domingo, mi querido, ¿cómo estás?
Good, good. I went to a meeting and they were like, oh, Jocelyn said she knew. I was like, oh, yeah, small world.
Angel, who's it? Stel Strikers? What is it? Stel Striker Santiago.
She's with us, Eleazar. We were gonna introduce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looked like one of those White Houses background with blue, dark blue.
Hi, Estelle.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me join you all. Looking forward to the meeting. It's just one of those virtual backgrounds. I can go blurry like Joss and Ellie.
No, we like blue in the logo
Like
of,
blue.
of the, you know, girl, wear it proud.
Like blue couches, blue backgrounds, blue.
There you
whatever.
go.
We have a theme going on.
There we go.
Jim, is that you?
Oh, Bruce has gone completely blurry. He's got
Let's
like a
see.
napkin over his computer or something, over his screen. It's good to see you, Ellie. Do you miss us?
Mm-mm.
I was trying to unmute myself. Of course, I'm always here, you know that, Liz, but it's nice to see you as well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we
Ellie
definitely
gave the
miss you.
presidential answer.
I did what, Eleazar?
No, it's Domingo. You gave the
Was I
presidential.
Domingo?
Hey, Bruce, is that
Presidential.
hey, Bruce, is that a Tony Serio that you've got as your background?
It sure is.
Oh,
It's hanging
Love
in my
that.
dining room. Yeah, it's beautiful.
I got one of his hanging in my living room.
Good.
So now we are going live in about
All
a minute.
right.
we're going.
Hi,
So,
all. Happy New Year.
hey, Happy New Year, Bruce. Nice seeing you.
Hi, Wendy.
Curtis,
Hi, Robert.
I'm so happy that I get to ask Curtis. Curtis, do we have quorum yet?
It looks like we do.
We almost ready when you're ready.
Alrighty, I'm just clicking. This is my first meeting as secretary, so give me a second.
Take your time, brother.
You're gonna
Let me know
do
if you need
great.
help.
All right. So we do have. What is the exact number? 25, 26?
We would need 26 for quorum if we have a full complement of 50 members, but I think since we only have 49 since Omar resigned, then I think we need 25 for quorum.
It's actually 48. Curtis, I don't know if you received my updated signing sheets on Friday.
I'm
We
looking at it
still
right
need,
now.
but if there's 48, we still need 25.
Wait, I'm counting. Give me a second. We have 25 now, thanks to Daryl.
Jocelyn, you know, Mr. Bragg is going first. So is he around yet?
6:40. He should be on in about 5 minutes or so.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, you can call the meeting to order. We have 25 members now.
No problem. She's going to be part of substituting with my report. But anyway, so let me call the meeting to order to 6:35 from what I see. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. to this wonderful platform called Zoom that we are mostly tired of, but I don't think we have much of a choice. So Faye, you want to unmute yourself? Thank you. So we have a lot of familiar faces, a lot of faces that we enjoy being with one another, that we spend a lot of time with. Senator Jackson, welcome. See you like this. Nice seeing you once again. Like to first, as usually, the formalities. Start with the formalities. I think I'd like to put a motion on the floor to adopt tonight's agenda.
So moved, Liz Ritter.
Any objections? Any
need a second.
abstentions? All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you, Liz.
Sorry, who seconded that?
Yes.
No one seconded it.
I will retroactively. second it.
Okay, thank you.
So you got the second? Bruce, I
Yes.
think, seconded.
Jim Berlin.
Oh, Jim Bernard.
Either one,
Sorry.
doesn't matter.
All right, so Bruce, place your second.
I'll defer
Wrong to,
to my senior.
that was cruel. That was cruel. I'm glad she didn't listen. But we are going to, again, most of you guys know, been here longer than I, to do the same with the adoption of December minutes.
I object to the adoption of the minutes.
Me too, second.
I haven't even put it on the floor.
They're not minutes. That's a transcript. We don't have minutes. Minutes need to be prepared.
Exactly.
And then,
Yeah, because no one, it's just for the lack of, first of all, Steve, let me go through the motion of put it on the floor, and then you can do and say as you think. So I'm gonna put a motion on the floor to adopt December 2021 minutes. Can I have any objections?
There are no minutes to adopt. The minutes have not been prepared.
I would like to continue to go through the formality of doing it as it's supposed to be done. If you have any objections, just say so. So can I have anyone in favor?
I'd like to explain my objection.
Excuse me.
Object? Go right ahead and explain it. That's the way that we're going to work it out. Go ahead.
With a cursory glance of this transcript, I found numerous mistakes. I am identified as being OC Camina when I'm asking my questions about the liquor licenses. This transcript does not contain the essence of the meeting, does not report on the outcome of the votes, does not give a correct representation of what occurred at the meeting. And therefore, I don't see any way in which we can consider them to be the minutes of the meeting, and they are not even an accurate transcript of the meeting.
Okay, so can I have any volunteers to help?
You at various places, you are identified as being Mary.
Beautiful. So can I have any volunteers to help us?
Yes,
Write the minutes.
I'm happy to, wait 1 second.
Okay, Curtis. So now we're
Yes, I'm
not going to
happy take
approve
on
the minutes. We're going to come
Friday
back.
for the month of December. I didn't
Right.
start to be chair and secretary until January, so I'm happy to move forward and take that on and to go back and work on December as well.
All right, great. So motion doesn't pass. Curtis,
No,
thank you
there's-
so much.
Can we
There was actually
defer them
technically
to
no
be
motion on the
accepted for the month of February?
I did put the motion. Well, no one seconded.
I'm sorry, I can't
No
hear
one
anyone.
made the motion.
All right, no one made the motion. So Curtis, thank you so much for your kindness and volunteering to get that squared away.
All right,
So,
Curtis,
motion-
I'm willing to assist you if I can.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. So is Mr. I think can you guys mute or whoever's whoever's the host, mute everyone, because I think I hear like two people in the background. Okay, so now that we're good. I think that we all know the news. It's unfortunate that the past couple of years have been extremely tough for our community. I understand some of you guys have approached me and asked us to hold a moment of silence in honor of the two police officers that tragically have passed under traumatic circumstances. But before I do that, I'd like to read a Twitter from NYPD Commissioner Sewell. I'm going to read it. Says, Wilbert Mora is 3 times a hero. 1, for choosing a life of service. 2, for sacrificing his life to protect others. And 3, more important, for giving life even after death through organ donation. Our heads are bowed and our hearts are heavy. So having said that, I'd like to hold a moment of silence in honor of 2 people who gave their life, even when they were alive and even after death, to humanity. So I'd like to hold a moment of silence. Thank you.
Eliezer, since you just said something on behalf of Officer Mora, I would just like to say that I think Officer Rivera represented the best that our community has to offer. He was a product of Inwood, a son of Inwood, a graduate of Wheels Academy, one of our local schools, and someone who tried to mentor young people in our community and tried to do good, tried to bring the community closer together with the police department, and was willing to become a police officer to serve that purpose. And it is just tragic to see that he's leaving behind he just recently got married and is leaving behind a wife and a child. And it is just it's just heartbreaking to see that one of our own lost his life in such an awful incident. And so when I reached out to you, I didn't know that Officer Mora was also about to lose his life as well. Obviously, we pay homage to both of them, but the loss in our community, I think, is somehow felt much more deeply because Officer Rivera was one of our own.
Like to, if there's any of you who might have known any of the 2 police officers, I would like to also, the way Steve and myself did, talk about their experiences. You're more than welcome to do so. If not,
I have to say something. This is Maria. When as a president of the police council, I am invited to speak to the new recruits and when they graduate from the academy, and Officer Rivera was one of the officers that I spoke to when he completed his term and became a police officer. So for me, I'm deeply hurt and sad to see someone like that dying, assassinated, really. Someone that, as he says, from our community, and really, because of that, our police council meeting, the monthly meeting, was canceled, the one that we're going to be holding on the 27th, in honor of them and also in solidarity with all the officers that are putting their life in danger every day and that are mistreated by some of people that are loosely accused them of doing things that they don't do. They put their life just for to keep us safe. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Domingo.
Yeah, I think they called him Tata here in Inwood, because he grew up in the Dykeman area. But one of the things I feel like is important and speaks to like all the individuals that do youth development out here is the importance of programming, right? So Officer Rivera also was a member of a local running club. He was also participating within Dykeman basketball, right, in the summers. So I think it's important to also understand part of the reason he was the human being that he wasn't necessarily because he only aspired to be an authoritative figure, but he also understood ways of being able to use his experience and improve what's already there. And I think that's important to really reflect on as well. And how, you have a gem from within our community losing his life to something, something that you can't necessarily predict, but there's a lot of youth out there who also will step up to the occasion, I feel, and really look at these different agencies and participate in it to bring change based on their experiences.
All right. Thank you, Domingo. I'm gonna go briefly with Tanya and Miriam Jones, and Miss D.A. Bragg is already on for his presentation.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that one of the things that also I think we need to think about is how dangerous these, domestic violence calls can be. I covered cops when I was a daily newspaper reporter, and those were always some of the most dangerous fraught, for danger calls that anybody could encounter. And it brings to mind the need, because I also think about the mother of this person who killed these officers. And I don't know what was going on in that situation, but it sounds frightening on that end as well. And I think, this issue of what, domestic violence and how to, how we can, address some of those issues in the roots behind some of that stuff is also going to be very important because, these continue to be police calls that are consistent, persistent. And what do we do, to address that so that officers are safe in those situations, but also what do we do for people who have to call and who are also facing terror by the same people who end up hurting the officers during those situations. So just wanted to throw that out there, because I think, both of those things are very important. Thank you.
Miriam? Miriam.
Okay. I know Jason since he was 12 years old. I really don't have any words. He was my own hero. And I'm sorry for both of them, but he was really special to me. He would take my grandson out to shoot around basketball, and I encouraged him to join the Dykeman Basketball League. That's all I have to say.
And then lastly, Faye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, everyone. Yes, well, I think that we all, there is no word that we can actually, come up with on this, terrible scenario that we are, facing and going through. So, but I just wanted to resound my condolences for the family, for his friends, for his colleagues. And I think, and I hope that the city take a strong measure about, the situation and learned something as a result of all this awful, situation in which they come up with some kind of law that, prevents or alleviate, the killing that is happening in our city. But most I don't know, not even how to find a word to say, but more important, I just wanted to, send my condolences to his family, and definitely, also well to his colleagues. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing up this, topic, because this is two-way sensitive even to discuss it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. I felt like we needed a minute so that we can all share our experiences with people of our community, people that we call our own locals. So now we're going to officially hold a moment of silence before we move on to our main dish today, which is DA Bragg's brief presentation. So we're going to start now. Thank you. We've run into too many of those. Just reminded me of Betty. This moment is also for Betty. Having said that, I'd like to now bring up our honor. It's an honor for us to have Mr. newly elected District Attorney, Mr. Bragg. Welcome to our community. Welcome to platform and a group of people who are extremely dedicated to the well-being of our community. So on behalf of each one of you, I'd like to, again, not having said much, but have Mr. Bragg talk to us for a few minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and humbled to be with you. As you said, a group of people who are giving so much to the community, and I'm thank you for starting off the meeting that way. I certainly share all those thoughts, and my heart's been heavy, and I really appreciate those personal reflections. You know, people think of the city as such a big place. I teach a Sunday school class, and we were talking about this on Sunday morning, and one of my students, an 11th grader, talked about how her mom taught chemistry to Officer Rivera when he was an 11th grader. And so these personal reflections are so important. And my office was working hand in hand with the NYPD on the preparing to bring a case. We obviously all know the shooter himself died, so there'll be no prosecution. But partnering with the NYPD over the weekend to build a case was important to be ready. And then the sobering moments at the hospital, and this morning I was at the 3-2 as well. So we are thinking about this literally every moment of the day. And as someone who's spent a career as a prosecutor, I'm always mindful of the luxury of sitting behind a desk or being in the courtroom while our partners in law enforcement go into harm's way literally every single day. So let me just kind of take a step back and introduce myself. I'm a career prosecutor. I've been a federal prosecutor, I've been a state prosecutor, and then was the #2 lawyer in the New York State Attorney General's office. I've worked on kind of the whole range of cases, from assault to armed robbery to gun possession to gun trafficking work, to public corruption, to financial fraud, to labor work, prosecuting employers who cheat workers out of wages, and to tenant harassment, prosecuting landlords who mistreat their tenants. And that whole kind of spectrum of work is what I'm bringing to the DA's office, and I've been really proud to work with the career prosecutors here for the past almost a month now. And we have on the call, and I think faces and people you already know. I see Jocelyn on, who heads our Washington Heights office. Many of you know and have told me great things about, and was on a Zoom with several of you, I think a month ago. You were telling me how great Jocelyn is, and it's been great to get a chance to work with her. And Estelle, who heads our community partnership on, and there may be others who want to, let's do a quick scroll through.
Ellie Sylvester is on, sir.
Oh, great, thank you. And Ellie's on as well. And so we look forward to partnering. I just kind of will lift up a few of our priorities. The first, second, and third is guns. I'm your neighbor slightly to the south and to the east in central Harlem, where I grew up and still live. And so this uptick in gun violence is ever present, and we are deploying all of our resources we have at our disposal. So prioritizing gun possession, taking every gun possession case and working to look at it as an opportunity for gun trafficking. We have great technology now, particularly with our federal partners, to trace both guns and to trace shell casings and match them with prior shootings. And we're going to be doing that in a very consistent and a sustained way. We've already, sadly, brought more gun possession cases this year in this month than we did in the whole first quarter of last year. So the office has been very, very active, but we need to continue to deploy all the resources. In addition, during the pandemic, we've had an uptick in domestic violence, which we saw this past weekend, really like some interaction between these two issues of guns and domestic violence. And so we are really pleased. The head of our new head of our trial division is someone, Joy Smith, who was the acting DA in Nassau County. And she brings a wealth of experience in this area. She 3 stints as a domestic violence prosecutor in Queens, and she used to run the Bronx Family Justice Center. So we're looking forward to partnering with the community organizations within this community board. We know there's no family justice center uptown, but we know we have great resources, and we're looking, and I've been meeting with the entire office in sort of groups of 20 and encouraging our assistant district attorneys to spend more time in our Washington Heights office, to go where the people are, particularly in our domestic violence cases, and we will be continuing to do that. A couple more priorities I just want to lift up. Hate crimes. We're on 125th Street, further east last Friday with a case where an Asian man who had been in a coma has now died, and my office is handling that case. We know hate crime, doesn't discriminate. Right? We've got an uptick in anti-Asian crime. We know anti-Semitic crime. We know the focus has been on immigrants, and so we are looking to scale up. The group is great, has incredible leadership, but we need more capacity. So we're shifting resources there. And then I mentioned a couple of other priorities that we're hoping to lift up, which was the tenant harassment and the labor work. So that's what we're doing, and we're really doing it in collaboration, really, community led. So going around to all the community boards, and I'm going to stop talking so I can listen, because a big piece of that is hearing where you think we should be focusing on responding to your needs and being responsive to them. So thanks so much for letting me join tonight. And I look forward to being in dialogue, and look forward to doing our work informed by where you point us.
And if I can just say really quick, Eleazar, I know that the boss has to go to another meeting after this, but Ellie and I and Estelle will remain available, and we'll certainly take back any concerns that he's not able to address tonight.
All right, yeah, because on the same note, he's, let me just get Steve and Domingo, because Mr. Bragg has committed to come into our public safety committee and have answer as many questions as we may have. So we just make it short, because I don't want to have Mark Levine coming up next. Steve and Domingo.
Yes. Steve, you're muted.
Thank you. And let me just say that I also love Jocelyn. In case I didn't have a chance to say that in an earlier meeting. But Mr. Bragg, District Attorney Bragg, I welcome you to the position. And I'm very pleased that you took the time to come to us tonight. I'm a little disappointed that you didn't mention the Donald Trump case, but maybe there's a reason for that. But let me just ask you, there have been stories in the press lately, and I'm at a disadvantage because I haven't read the memo that you issued to your staff. But there seemed to be an impression that you weren't going to push resisting arrest cases, and that you weren't, in the event of an armed robbery, if the perpetrator did not actually pull the gun out and show it to people, that wouldn't be considered a felony, something along those lines. Could you explain to us what your position is on those particular types of crimes?
Sure, I'm happy you raised it, because as they sometimes say, which you can't believe everything you read in the paper, and you're spot on there. Look, those are, I'll answer them in the order you asked them. I'm a career prosecutor. I've prosecuted people who have assaulted police officers. I've been clear with the NYPD that anyone who is pushes, shoves, in any way seeks to harm an NYPD officer, we're going to prosecute. There's a small subset of cases where I said if you're arrested for only resisting arrest, and this used to happen in my youth growing up in Central Harlem, where generally if the only thing you were arrested for resisting arrest, you said, well, what was the arrest for? It was generally for mouthing off or pretext, so where there was no physical interactions. So that reporting took that small subset and sort of expanded it. So anyone who's seeking to do harm to a police officer, we're going to prosecute. I've done that throughout my career. And in terms of robberies, no, it doesn't just have to be a gun. It could be, a bat that you're waving around. I mean, I've done this work, which is Part of the problem, which I own, we put a memo out that's very legalistic and had cites and really was for internal consumption. But to be clear, I've prosecuted those kind of cases before, and they will be prosecuted as felonies in my office.
And Donald Trump?
Thank you.
Donald Trump, I can't say much about. I can say we've got the team that was on it before intact, because continuity is important on a complex matter like that, and that I'm paying attention to it.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce you now to our Public Safety Chair, Domingo Esteves, who's going to also make a few comments, and then Michelle Lee.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for doing thank you for accepting to join the dialogue where the facts are.
I'm having trouble
Is it just
hearing
me,
him.
or is he cutting in and out?
I can't hear.
No, your audio is cutting in and out.
All right, so we're going to move on to Michelle Lee. Domingo, circle back until you can be in a better spot. Michelle?
Hi, Mr. Bragg. Thanks for attending our meeting today. I wanted to ask for more information. You mentioned that your office is doing a lot of work around hate crimes. As an Asian American, I've felt really saddened by the death of Michelle Go this week. It really affected me hard as a fellow Asian American in New York City with the same first name. And, it just felt like this was somebody I could have known very easily, or felt like very much like myself. I have Asian friends who are afraid to take the subway because they're afraid to be attacked and targeted. I know that older Asian people are scared to kind of like go to different parts of the city or leave their homes, and it's been intense. I myself have experienced hate speech. I was walking in for Triumph Park with my 3-month-old child, and I was told by somebody, F you and your Chinese virus in my face. And it's just been really hard, I think, just to kind of deal with a lot of the sort of the emotions around it. And I know there's sort of a line between hate speech and hate crime. I totally understand that. And I'm just wondering kind of what your office is doing to make folks feel more safe as we're dealing with the Asian American violence and sort of hate speech.
And no, look, and the Times Square pushing Michelle Go is heartbreaking, and it's interesting. You share the name. I think so many people have found so many kind of shared experiences, and I was at a visual listening to her friends talk, and feels very familiar. It does feel like someone we all know, and so it's heartbreaking. So of course, again, we're handling that case, and I think what we're doing is adding to our capacity. I mean, the hate crimes unit has basically like 3 people in it, and we realize we need more resources. And so that's the number one thing we're doing. And then of course we're handling these cases with care, and I think doing the cases, particularly these high profile cases, I think will have a strong deterrent effect. And also, and you mentioned kind of the fine line between, speech and crime. One thing we're doing is, there was a time, very recently in many of these cases, I would say even the status quo, we're looking at them where folks in law enforcement were saying, if there was no epithet, if there was nothing said directly at the scene, that it wasn't being looked at as a hate crime. We're not using that model. Many things that kind of look like and feel like a hate crime, we're going to be investigating as a hate crime. Looking at the social media, looking at other things that we can build a circumstantial case, and being, very, I don't say creative, but really, letting the law work as opposed to kind of having this restrictive view, and so that we can capture more of this conduct. I think rightfully so. I mean, pure speech is pure speech, but a lot of times people say, well, the person didn't say a particular word or something, but the circumstances and the circumstantial evidence would make out a hate crime under our law. And so that's the approach we're taking. And I think you'll see more to come from us very soon, on these types of cases.
DA Bragg, if I can just jump in, Ms. Lee, if you're interested, we're also, in addition to everything that DA Bragg just said, we're doing a lot of work with different community groups that serve the AAPI community. And we are planning a meeting, sort of a gathering to talk about ways that we can help to raise awareness about hate crimes, and also to raise awareness about, like you were saying, the difference between, you know, hate speech and hate crime, and also, most importantly, how to get help, so that if someone is a victim of a hate crime, that they know about the, you know, wealth of resources that our office has for victims, whether it's going through Jocelyn and Ellie at the Washington Heights office. We have Witness Aid Services unit staff there, or downtown. So if I'm gonna have to jump off with DA Bragg for his next meeting in a minute, but I'm sure Joss and Ellie can get your contact information, and we can make sure that you're included in the community meetings about this topic. Thank you.
Thanks. Domingo,
so much.
briefly, so you want to come back, or?
You hear me better now?
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, so thank you for joining us, and thank you for accepting the invitation to have an objective conversation around just tactics in general and how to deter crime. I feel like there's a lot of fake news out there, and we could take this time to really lay out the numbers and lay out the preventative work that could be created as a result of, you know. So thank you so much. And as far as Jocelyn, she's gold, and Ellie, we already building a series of conversations where we're going to be having domestic violence discussions within the schools. So yeah, gotta love them.
And can I just say real quick, I don't see a chat, but Michelle and everyone else, I'm just gonna say my email really quickly, and I'll add Ellie to the conversation. So it's my last name, MINAYAJ @dany.nyc.gov. And I'm sure that Eli can share my contact and Ellie's as well. So so that you could join the conversation, Michelle, and anyone else who's interested in terms of the hate crime and anything else, because we will be having meetings throughout the year with small stakeholder groups, large ones. So yeah, we're gonna keep the boss very busy during his time off out of court.
Barbara, I want you in before they all leave. Go ahead.
Thank you, DA Bragg. I'm glad that you're here with us. It's coming off of what Domingo said. I am also on the Public Safety Committee, and for several years have been an officer of the 34th Precinct Community Council. Going to the issue of fake news, and I'm very glad that a very senior prosecutor such as yourself is the DA. The news has been reporting that many people have left your office. And I would like to know, how many prosecutors do you actually have in the Manhattan DA's office? How big is that office? And how many people have left? And what do you expect your staffing levels to be? Because you can't prosecute unless you have prosecutors, just for starters. Thank you.
I believe the article you're referring to reported that approximately 10 people left with the article.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's just alarmist.
Yeah. What the article didn't state was that we've got 500 prosecutors.
Okay.
And so we've had, you know, what I think is anticipated, you know, executive level transition. We brought in a new leadership team, and the article was somewhat crass, and I think it may have counted the outgoing district attorney, who I think obviously had to leave by law, and I think it may have counted someone who recently passed away. So, you know, we've got a full complement of experienced, high integrity, phenomenal prosecutors who've been working to keep Manhattan safe for, in some instances, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, and am enjoying working with them and employing their expertise to continue to keep Manhattan safe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bragg. Thank you for your kind words and giving us some hope as to how the city is going to shape up and how you
look
guys
forward
are.
to the public safety meeting.
Yeah, and thank you for committing to come to our public safety meeting, which is what we all should actually try and do our best to assist and be that intimate and have more time with you and your staff. Jocelyn, Ellie, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Is Mark back on? No?
No, not yet. He
So
had
we're
to
gonna
hop
do-
over to CB1, but he'll be
All right,
back.
beautiful. So we're gonna move along, and we're gonna also take time away from our report from Ebenezer to do an FDNY presentation with our good friend Sandra Sanchez. Fire has been, I'm not even gonna get into that. It's just been tragic. So Sandra, if you will.
Thank you so much to both you, Eleazar, and Ebenezer for inviting me to join you here tonight. As you alluded to, I'm here because this is going to be the first of many times that you'll see me. So this is a short commercial for what is to come within the month of February. Unfortunately, we have all heard of that tragic fire that occurred in the Bronx, and there was so much that we learned from that tragic situation. And the truth of the matter is that winter is the peak time of year for home fires, and this is due to higher usage rates of appliances, electrical blankets, heaters, and other electrical equipment. In the case of the Bronx fire, it was a space heater. The bad actor was a space heater, and we want to make sure that we are not only warm within the cold weather, but we are certainly safe. So heating equipment is the leading cause of fire, injury, and safety, and we remind everyone to keep anything that can burn at least 3 feet away from a heating source. Never leave a space heater unattended. I know that it's difficult to turn off the space heater when you're leaving the room, and certainly while you are sleeping, but it's important that it's an appliance, and appliances are not made to be kept on 24/7. Despite what that manual will tell you, they are anything that is heating or cooling is not meant to be running for 24 hours at a time. And never plug a space heater into an extension cord. It is imperative that you are plugging it directly into an outlet. Never use cooking stove to heat your home, or even worse, to turn on the oven and leave that oven door open. You run the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. And we also remind when to place heaters on a level of a flat surface or ground away from anything that can burn. We also want to continue to stress another lesson that we learned from that Bronx fire was to make sure that we close the door. The same way we know to stop, drop, and roll, we want everyone to incorporate close the door within their fire safety and escape plans as you're planning with your whole entire family. If you want to learn more, we invite you. We will be partnering with Community Board 12 within the Public Safety Committee. We'll be there. We'll also be there at the Aging Committee. So that's one evening, one morning. And guess what? We will be having a special fire safety seminar on February 24th with Community Board 12. You don't have to leave your homes. We will just invite us and join us virtually, and we will be happy to participate with you. If you're a stakeholder here and you want to have your own fire safety training, please feel free to reach out to myself, Sandra Sanchez, at fdny.nyc.gov. Many thanks.
Thank you, Sandra. I have see a couple of hands. Goodfellow, Jay, Mazur, and Maria Ali. Jay?
Yeah, first of all, I think you're only discussing half the problem. The problem isn't space heaters. The problem is cold apartments, which force people to leave the oven on or use space heaters. I feel the problem is the city is not enforcing its own housing regulations. Given that, everything you said is really important. If people are stuck using space heaters to keep warm in the winter, everything you said is correct. The only thing left out is the circumstance which forced people to make these terrible decisions.
Yep.
Yeah, I think what Jay is trying to say is that the fire department could also monitor the number of buildings and the 311 calls for no heat, because there has to be a correlation between lack of heat or no heat to people not using, to people having obligated to use these heaters. I think that's what he's trying to convey, and hopefully I did the right translation here.
Noted. It is noted. Thank you very much for sharing, Jay Menzer.
Marielle? You have to mute yourself. Yeah.
We have 3 people are calling saying that they don't have any heat and they're having to make these decisions. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, now we can.
I'm getting okay, sorry, I was getting a bad signal sign. So
I think we're gonna have to circle back to you. Just hang on.
Okay.
And yeah, you just hang on so I can get back to you. So maybe if you're not
Okay, not a problem.
All right, Aisha, Liz Ritter, Steve Simon.
Yeah, I just wanted to put on record that it's not only about lack of heat or having heat. There's also an issue of insufficient heat, right? So if a landlord, like for instance, in my building, it happens all the time. We have heat, but there are times throughout the day where the radiator is not pumping heat and it's freezing cold and I got to wear multiple sweaters. And sometimes I used to put the oven on until I realized that's a carbon monoxide concern, right? And so I shouldn't do that. But it is, I am sure that it falls below what the requirements are for the city. But if the city were to come, they're going to see heat is being given. So I think that that's something that also needs to be addressed, the insufficient heating.
Good point. Liz Ritter.
Thank you. Sandra, can you please just repeat your email?
Sure thing. Sandra.sanchez@fdny.nyc.gov.
Thank you.
Thanks. Before I move on to Steve Simon, Marielle, are you in a much better Wi-Fi place?
So I haven't moved, but I'm hoping you can hear me now.
Now we can.
Okay, good. So I won't touch on the housing, kind of the bits that others have talked about regarding housing. But Sandra, I do hope that in your engagement with the FDNY and kind of in your role in terms of your outreach, it's also quite targeted at our different immigrant communities and really kind of very specific. And unfortunately, we've seen these things happen in immigrant communities, low-income communities, Black and Brown communities. So just a point in regards to that outreach as you're thinking about putting that together for February and the months coming ahead. Thanks.
Beautiful. Steve Simon.
Yeah, hi, Sandra, is there a bilingual flyer that covers all of the points that you just enumerated that the community board can blast out to the community? And also, could you tell us the time of the fire safety seminar on the 24th?
I will work to get you the bilingual flyer. What I've done is in my short PSA, I took little pieces of several flyers to put it together for the most important winter safety tips, but I will certainly work to collectively provide those flyers to you in the top languages spoken within New York City. And I believe Eleazar and or Ebenezer can correct me. I believe that seminar on the 24th should be at 7 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, very good. I tell you, Sandra, even if what we had is a video clip of you speaking and talking about these various concerns or giving advice to people, maybe that's something we could also send out.
I will do. Thank you for that suggestion. I'll be sure to share it with yourself and the community board.
Yes.
And Ebenezer.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Thank you for always for being so willing and able to come and present as many times as the request of you to come. That's really Steve's idea. So I don't want to take credit away from him. So blame it on him. So thank you. Thank you so much for all the panelists and the presenters and their staff. Now moving along to our elected officials, I think we have about as many of them as we I thought I did have. I know that Robert, Senator Jackson was the first one. If he's still around and he's going to speak, this is his time. If not, I think the second one that joined board was Carmen, I think.
Oh,
there you go.
First, let me thank you and all members of Community Board 12 for dedicating your time on behalf of our community. I want to say that in our e-update, which comes out every week, we spent time talking about the importance of dealing with the gun violence in our community. When I say our community, obviously, not only our community, but the city, state, and our country. And obviously, everyone is just devastated of the killing of two of our finest police officers who happen to be from the communities that we represent. Jason from Inwood, and the other officer lived in East Harlem. It's tragic. And knowing that, as someone mentioned earlier, domestic violence calls, you never know what the situation is going to be. And obviously, this was the worst that it could ever happen. But our e-update talked about that and talked about all of the things that are impacting all of us right now, as far as the e-wrap and masks and sanitizer and vaccines in order to stay safe in our environment. But what I wanted to say to you, I'm up in Albany now, dealing with the budget situation, and the joint budget hearings started today with the most important subject is dealing with the violent situation overall. And many people ask questions about gun violence and guns in our community, and obviously bail reform. And I say this to you in reviewing briefly, because I really haven't had the time to go in detail, of the blueprint put out by our mayor. He has in this section that talks about the necessity for to get rid of the guns via a group of undercover, but have some sort of uniform in order to try to address the issues of all of the guns being carried on our streets. And besides that, he said that we need to deal with the mental health crisis that are impacting our community, and allocating money towards that, and expanding community hiring, giving young people between the ages of 18 and 24 other options rather than going in the street and trying to make a hustle for themselves and their family. And that's why I always said how important education is to our development. Without an education, James Brown used to say, jokingly, of course, without education, you might as well be dead. That's not the case. We know that education is extremely important for the development of our people. So I wanted to also say to you that last week, when we got back in January, we confirmed Shirley Trotman, a woman from the Buffalo area, an African-American judge, to the Court of Appeals. And that was, in my opinion, a very, very good choice. One of the issues of concerns that we've had in the Senate and in the Assembly also is the number of recent Supreme Court justices on our highest court in the state of New York being DAs or former DAs and prosecutors. We wanted to have a diversity and transparency process, and also advocates are asking for, when in fact candidates come up that's put forward by the governor, that you have hearings so that you can flush out all of the details of the individuals that are coming in front. That was very, very important. And tomorrow, starting at 9:30, is a joint budget hearings on elementary education. And obviously I will be involved with that. I am on all three education committees, the New York City Education Committee, the Education Committee, and Higher Education Committee. But more recently, I switched chairmanships. I used to chair the city's one committee in the state Senate, which meant New York City. I am now the chair of civil service and pensions at the state level. So all of the bills regarding civil service and pension must come through our committee for consideration. We just recently, today, had our first hearing where one of the issues was an individual that was an officer, not an NY officer, but he was a police officer in one of the state agencies. And he spent time down at 9/11, and he subsequently died of cancer. And they switched his death to accidental death as a result of the 9/11 World Trade Center situation. And as a result of that, his widow will receive an enhanced pension that she's receiving as a result of his death being related to 9/11. Those are some of the things that we do in our civil service and pensions committee. With that, I say to you that my focus is going to be making sure that the issues and concerns that impact our community, and more specifically, making sure that everyone make sure that they sign up for the ERAP, even though there's no money at this point in time for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. But by signing up, you will stop any actions in court by your landlord for the period of time of the ERAP, as long as you qualify.
Senator Jackson, you have
Yes.
4 questions on the floor.
Okay, go ahead. Go with questions.
Jay?
Yeah, Senator, I think it's good that you mentioned that people should sign up to the ERAP program. However, Governor Hochul has allowed the eviction moratorium to end without a word, and she has not yet spoken on her position on fair eviction legislation. What exactly does the state Senate plan to do on these questions?
Well, I guess that's a good question. Quite frankly, that's why we have sent out in our communication to our constituents via mailings, via robocalls, and other aspects like that online, that even if in fact you did not apply and you have heard that the money has run out of money, that you should still apply, because hopefully we plan on getting federal money after the clawback from around the states in our country that have not spent the money to be designated to the areas with the highest need. And New York City is one of the highest needs. So that's what the hope and expectation is. And if not, then obviously we're going to have to consider whether or not any additional monies have to be put in by the state of New York. So that's one thing. As far as the whole issue, as far as, Governor Hochul not saying anything, right now, we are waiting to go through the 190 something pages in her budget in order to come out with our position on that. And obviously we have to be in sync with the New York State Assembly in order to act as one united in order to deal with this particular matter. I know that not only me, but many of our legislators at the Senate and the Assembly have signed on to Just Cause legislation put by Julia Salazar of the New York State Senate. So that's what we need to do. And we need to have activists such as yourself and others around the state to put pressure on all of us in order to do the right thing on behalf of not only the tenants, but homeowners that are looking for help also before they lose their homes.
Liz?
Thank you. Senator Jackson, can you talk a little bit about the extension of the open meetings law that enables us to continue to meet on Zoom?
Yeah, Well, Liz, you know, that was passed. Is that correct? Everyone is aware of that. It's going to.
I was not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that happened already. And in fact, until the state of emergency is declared over, it's in effect. There's an ending date to what we did, but I don't have that in front of me, Liz, but yeah.
Okay.
the open meeting
So
law-
the January 15th extension has been extended again?
Yeah, yes,
Fantastic.
yeah.
Just wanted to
In
make
fact-
sure we weren't breaking the law tonight.
No, you all raised that at the last community board, and we discussed that in Democratic conference. Not only I did, but other people also raised that because it's been asked all over, I guess, the state, not only in Washington Heights and Inwood. So yeah,
Beautiful. Beautiful. Isidro?
Thank you, Chair. Senator Jackson, thank you for attending the meeting. I'm the chair of the licensing committee, and I received many questions to see if there could be an amendment to the SLA requesting that if there is a merchant within 200 feet, that they cannot have a full liquor license. And perhaps the idea is to have some sense of sensitivity to some businesses that are struggling, and perhaps have these merchants that are within a proximity of a school or a place of faith, that they perhaps can serve full alcohol, perhaps after 7 o'clock at night. That will help a lot. That has been brought to my attention a couple of times, and I want to see if there are any amendments, any ideas, if that is possible, and what's your take on that, please?
well, I think why don't we? I'm going to ask Dario Quinsack, who's my special assistant. That Dario is on. I'm going to ask Dario to contact you and get a little more information so that we can look at whether or not we could possibly submit a bill on that. That would have to take an amendment of the law. And so I'll ask Dario. Dario's in the chat there now. Dario, can you raise your hand? He's in screen one, and we'll follow up on that, you and I. Is that okay?
Thank you so much, Senator. Yes.
We've been joined by Cordell Clear, who is also a state senator. So she's listening on all of the stuff that everyone asked because she represents the 30th Senatorial District. And also that includes a part of Community Board 12, the southeastern part of Community Board 12.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Senator Clark. Barbara Fraser, please.
Hello, Senator Jackson. It's Barbara Fraser here. Picking up again on the just cause eviction legislation, could you supply us or publish some sort of list of senators, especially that need to be spoken with concerning this? And I think that CB12 members have to understand that millions of apartments and houses in New York City are affected by this. This isn't just an upstate issue, because the only housing that has a just cause eviction are rent controlled and rent stabilized apartments. So everything that's fair market, open market in New York City does not have any right to a renewal lease. So if you could give us a list of senators that you think are sort of on the fence, because if Hochul doesn't sign it, you would need a 2/3 majority to override her. Then my second question is this. The two officers that were killed, that were murdered, both of them were under 5 years in service. Since you're on the pension committee, what can you just, without really detailed specifics, what are the general rules that their survivors, the benefits that they would receive since they are not vested for pensions? Is there some kind of legislative override you can do or something like that?
Well, I would think that has to be dealt with at a local level. And obviously, Carmen De La Rosa is also our colleague now in the city council, and she is the chair of the Civil Service and Pension Committee in the city council. I think that obviously that could be taken up. I am probably sure that they will be elevated. What has happened in previous cases where people have, police officers have been killed, they've been elevated to a higher level in order for their family to deserve the pension as a result of them being killed in the line of duty. I would hope that something like that should occur. But obviously that's going to be dealt with, and not only at the local level, but if it goes to the local level and it has to come to the state level, I would definitely take it up. And I'll talk to Carmen about it, because we're on the same committee, but one at the state level, one at the local level, and we can work together.
Okay, thank you, Senator Aisha. That will be our last question for this round. And then, so you guys know, we're gonna try and speed up our meeting, because I have as many, probably 4 or 5 others elected officials that would also like to have a chance to give their reports. So we're gonna try and get at least 2 or 3 questions per round. Go ahead, Aisha. Thank you.
Good evening. So first of all, I want to say thank you for a lot of the work that I've been seeing happening in the community, especially in regards to the fire situation, and definitely the support of the police officers that passed. My question is in relation to the activism that you called for, Senator Jackson. I feel that, as you know, and our current council member, congratulations, knows I fought alongside you in Albany for rent reform when we won that in 2019. However, in this time of the pandemic, it is obviously we don't go to Albany, we don't get on buses, and we don't do a lot of those things because of social distancing. How can people be activists in that regard in this time? What is the best way to stay informed, to know what's happening, to know where the needs are, and to be able to, voice?
Sure, and that's a good question. And right now, for example, no one is allowed outside of staff into the legislative office building. Lobbyists, or no one is allowed except staff, because they have just troopers at all of the entrances, as far as you have to show your ID to get into the LOB, legislative office building. But people are allowed in the Capitol. And the Republicans have held a big press conference where, oh my gosh, I could hear them and I could see them, over 100 or more people when they were talking about bail reform. And people have held rallies outside. Obviously it's cold, and they invite members to come outside. And even recently, inside, right outside of the security where you go through, we've held a big press conference on the issues impacting our community with citizens action, with all of the justice agenda items for consideration. And so we ask people that still be active. You can schedule Zooms and invite members in, and that's keeping pressure up overall. And then emailing them or texting them, stuff like that. Just keep the pressure on until, for example, we open back up. And I don't know when that's going to be. Obviously, the ratio of infections are going down and down, which is a good thing. So that's what you have to do. Just keep the pressure on. Everybody should be communicating directly with their state assembly member and their state senators and our Congress members at the federal level, and city council members at the local level.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Thank you for all your questions. And I'd like to now get Mark Levine, hopefully he's still around, to come and give his first presentation as the Manhattan Borough President. Welcome. I think I congratulated you already, but I'll do it again. Mark, you there? Mark?
He was back.
I believe.
And then,
Hi, everybody. This is Tricia from the Borough President's Office. He should be on, so just. He was on.
Mark.
Tricia, introduce yourself.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. He said sorry
He's
about
not,
this,
then
guys. He's just coming. He's coming right back. But my name's Tricia. I'm the Director of Community Affairs. It's so nice to meet all of you. Please go on with your meeting. He's coming back. He's apologizing and just on the phone.
Okay, no problem. Carmen De La Rosa, our newly elected City Councilwoman.
Thank you. And if Mark comes on, I'm happy to cede the space to Mark. Well, first of all, my condolences to all of our community. We are all reeling and heartbroken by the news of both of the officers that have passed away.
Specifically, as everyone has mentioned, Police Officer Rivera was in Inwood Night, someone who grew up and was raised just a few blocks away from where I was raised. And I think it has hit us especially hard understanding the type of young man that he was, someone who recognized that there was issues in the way that communities were over-policed and targeted, but he wanted to change from within. So I think his life is an example for us to come together and unite in this moment. And I look forward to working with all of my colleagues and all of you to really address these issues head on. They're hard conversations, but we are mature enough and strong enough to have them. So we as a council office are still working our way. Our district office is currently under renovations and will be for the next few weeks. We are partially remote in that most of our operations is happening remote. We have access to our telephone numbers and our emails, which I have provided to the board and will continue to provide. But we do have a desk open at the old assembly office, which will remain open through the assembly until February 11th. So there are services happening at the assembly office through the assembly, and we do have a desk there until February 11th. As you all know, the special election to cover the vacancy is on February 15th. So there shouldn't be too much of a gap in service, but lean on us to help constituents as we navigate this process. As Senator Jackson mentioned earlier, I have just been appointed to be the chair of the Civil Service and Labor Committee at the City Council, something I'm very excited about because it does deal with our pensions, our city employees, and our labor unions, which, as you all know, are the backbone of keeping our city's economy flowing. And for the purposes of our local community, I think it is also going to impact the way in which development happens because, labor unions must be a part of the conversation when we talk about local hiring and other issues. So I'm looking forward to exploring our oversight powers on that committee. I also have been appointed to the Education Committee, the Immigration Committee, the Public Housing Committee, Public Safety Committee, State and Federal Legislation Committee, the Committee on Fire and Emergency Management, and the Subcommittee on Landmarks, Public Siting and Dispositions that is part of the Land Use Committee. So I have my plate full. They put me on 7 committees and I'm excited to serve in those capacities. In that note, we also are starting to make our rounds in meeting with the different Community Board 12 committees that pertain to some of the work we'll be doing in the council. I know we're meeting with the Parks Committee, I believe, next week. I know that Wayne Benjamin has reached out for the Land Use Committee. So I'm looking forward to meeting with each of you individually so that we can begin to create a work plan. We are actually undergoing a strategic plan for our office and for the community outreach that will also engage community residents and ask them to be part of different committees that we're going to be forming and announcing, many of them dealing with housing issues, as we've heard, both from Senator Jackson and many of you, the undignified conditions in which tenants are forced to live in Northern Manhattan, I believe are in a crisis point. And it's something that I definitely want to look at, and NYCHA as well. Our office has been working as well to distribute testing kits and PPE across the district. We did 4 giveaways last week and the week before. Unfortunately, I am now COVID positive. So we've stopped those distributions until I recover, but I'm doing well, as you can see. And then finally, we are going to be having a multi-agency walkthrough, which we will notify the Community Board 12 chair and the subsequent chairs on our train stations and tunnels. One of the things that is a priority for me is the cleanliness of our community. We are also going to be putting out a community survey around some sanitation resources that have been made available to us, including where sanitation cans should go in our community and other things. So be on the lookout for that. And finally, I wanted to just introduce Jamila Sandoval, who is on the call here with us tonight. She will be going forward my rep at Community Board 12. She is a lifelong resident of Washington Heights, and I'm excited that she has joined our team as our Director of Community Affairs. So I'm sure you'll get to know her very soon. One last thing I forgot to mention, we are also going to be visiting the small businesses in our community. We're going to be doing Small Business Sundays shortly, as soon as I can get out of quarantine. And I'll keep you all on the loop about that as well.
Very good. Thank you, Carmen. I'm gonna take two questions of, actually three, and that would be the end of that. Wayne, you haven't made any comments today.
So good evening, Carmen, and we're so happy to have you representing us in the City Council. We look forward to speaking to you in more detail at land use, but I just want to point out for you and also for Council Member Sean Abreu, and quite frankly, all the elected officials who represent the area. The Community Board has a history of, providing city planning and LPC with resolutions that provide, we feel rather thoughtful recommendations on issues pertinent to the community. And unfortunately, LPC and city planning have a history of doing nothing in response. And, the role of Community Board is just to advise. We really need our elected officials to push those city agencies to, pay attention and to act accordingly, because in the past, when they've moved forward with activities, it really has not been anything that's informed by any neighborhood planning, initiative. It's kind of whatever City Hall wants to do.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you so much. And I look forward to engaging with you around that.
Thank you.
Special request, Carmen. I think we have extremely gifted and experienced committee chairs. My ask is that we try and figure out a way of getting the newer members involved in your presentations by engaging them and asking them questions directly so that they can participate. We can sometimes lose great ideas just because people are a little not eager or a little timid of not speaking out in public. So when you do these presentations, that's something that I'd like to continue to stress.
Great. Thank you.
Aisha, Stephen, and Isidro.
My question is in relation to, so first of all, congratulations on all your positions. I know that you're going to do great work as you did in the assembly. My question is in relation to, you spoke about being a part of the Labor and Civil Service Committee. One of our board members, who is the current second chair, put forth an op-ed this week, and which I'm sure you probably have seen. And one of the things she spoke about is how community boards, as servants of the public, are left out where egregious labor issues, like if there are things that I've experienced on this very board, that if it were in any other corporation or organization, it would not fly at all. And I know that you probably have been privy to some of those things over time. There's things that you probably don't know. How is Community Board going to be brought into the fold of labor protections is the question that I have.
Well, I could just tell you that right now, sorry, my phone is ringing. Right now, community boards actually fall under a different committee in the City Council. They fall under the Government Operations Committee. And I look forward to making sure that we can have these conversations offline so that we can discuss some of the things that were written in the op-ed as well as other experiences. I'm always going to be a proponent of safe and transparent environments, and you know that about me. But I think that what we could do is have a conversation where we engage also my colleague who will be overseeing the committee that oversees the community boards, as well as our borough presidents, to work together to come forward with some solutions. I look forward to that.
All right, Steve and Isidro, if we can make it as questionable and less commentable as possible so that we can have other elected officials have their say. Steve.
Number one, I don't know how you're possibly going to be able to juggle 7 different committees. That's a hell of a lot of, that's a huge workload. But in terms of sanitation issues, I would ask that you pay attention to what can be done to increase the frequency of collections of the trash baskets on our streets. that are all, often overflowing, especially on our major thoroughfares on Broadway, St. Nicholas, 181st, the commercial streets, 207th Street, perhaps. I ask that you advocate to increase the number of collections to restore the past budget cuts in which we lost some of our collections. I'm not sure whether or not those cuts were all restored. Julie Menon, by the way, recently announced, I think somehow she was able to get $120,000 to increase the collections in her district. Maybe you can tap into wherever she found that money. But we need to do something to clean up our major thoroughfares. And I look forward to working with you on that issue. Thank you.
I look forward to working with you too, Steve. Of course, I called everybody in the city council after I saw that Julie got $120,000 and said, where's my $150,000 for Uptown? And they said that was money actually that was left on the table by the previous council member. And so I'm actually asking to see if any money at all was left on the table for the previous council member. I was already told that there was no money left for sanitation, but I will continue to do that work. I am also pledging that in this new budget, a large percentage of the funding that is coming through discretionary funding is going to be put towards cleanup services and augmenting the sanitation services. And I did meet with the supervisor for Northern Manhattan already, and we have begun the conversation about additional pickups. There is the issue of alternate side parking, which we can discuss later on, but I know that the community board actually engaged in a process of changing that alternate side parking rule to once a week. I'm happy to engage with that with the transportation committee later on. Maybe it's time we revisit that as well.
That actually came out of my committee. And,
okay.
And I'm proud.
Cedro?
Thank you, Chair. Carmen, congratulations once again on your appointments. Very happy that you're part of this community and happy that you are a council member as well. Just a quick note on small businesses. As you know, we have a lot of problems with our small businesses where oftentimes they are the first one to get summoned and they're the last one to get practical and tangible, resources. And some of the problems that we face in the small community area is that the city has too many overlaying agencies that intertwine with one another. But when it comes to execution for the well-being of the small businesses, they often do not coordinate. And if they do, it's maybe very, very frequently. And that's towards disadvantage to our small businesses. Too many agencies, like, for example, to remove one street vendor from the street that doesn't have proper licenses. It takes 4 city agencies to remove one single street vendor. That's not fair to small businesses who pay taxes, and oftentimes they have to deal with a lot of summonses. So I will hope that in your tenure that we do have some ideas on how to regulate these issues, because as it is, we are overly regulated and overtaxed from the small business perspective. So I hope that you do something on this issue, and I'm happy to work with you as we move along. Thank you so much.
I look forward to working with you on that. There's a lot there. I won't comment on it and everything, but let's talk offline and let's see how we can partner.
Great answer, Sally. And then we're moving along to our next elected official.
Hi, Carmen. Welcome aboard. Following up on what Steve said, I think that one of the city council, one of the 2 environmental initiatives was NYC cleanup, which gave each council district $280,000. I know that a number of the council members allocated a portion of that to extra sanitation pickup. So that's one possible source of funds if you're looking forward. And then I just want to congratulate you because we haven't had a lot of attention on environmental initiatives. And I see that your chief of staff is an old-time reactor, James Berg. So I'm really excited about him working with us on some of the environmental initiatives that we're doing in the Health and Environment Committee.
Yes, absolutely. And James is great. He'll be around and he is an environmental person through and through. So that's going to be a big part of our portfolio as well.
Maybe he can join us for our health and environment meetings, which are the first Thursday of every month.
Sure.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Carmen, thank you for your patience and thank you for, and hopefully all the work the great work you've done, and welcome as the new city council. This is the first meeting of looking
Thank you
forward
so
to
much.
have many of these.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Sean Abreu, unless Mark is back.
I can go ahead if you'd like me to, Elisa.
Sean Abreu, go right ahead, bro.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your stellar leadership at Community Board 12. Good evening to all of the members at Community Board 12, and just thank you so much for having me. I was sworn in the beginning of the month, so this is my very first official meeting with you as an elected city council member. I have so much appreciation for the role this board plays as a voice for the community, and I want to make sure that I represent your voice on the city council. I know that we'll be great partners over the coming years. I am happy tonight to see many familiar faces and some new ones as well. For those who don't know me, my name is Sean Abreu, and I grew up in Washington Heights. I have a few big priorities for our community, including recovery from the pandemic, expansion of after-school programs, investment in mental health, expanding the right to counsel for tenants facing eviction, increasing the number of composting sites in our neighborhoods, making sure that we're greenifying our communities, bringing urban farms and all sorts of cool things for our kids at our schools, and of course, stopping the flow of illegal guns into our city. As many of us know, the pandemic struck many of our families and small businesses. It has also hurt our children. Many of them lost learning opportunities and struggled with social isolation. After-school programs form a large part of my personal success as someone who was held back in the 4th grade and benefited from many after-school programs. And I want to make sure that every single family has access to the same education opportunities as me. My family also lived through an eviction when I was a child, which is why I know that the right to a lawyer is very, very valuable. And we have all been affected very recently by the tragic deaths of 2 police officers who intervened in a domestic violence incident over the weekend, specifically Jason Rivera, and now today we also lost Wilbert Moro. That is the direct result of illegal guns flowing into our city. And as chair of the State and Federal Legislation Committee on the City Council, I intend to tackle this issue head on. We know that there are a lot of interstate laws right now that need to be addressed and changed and modified to make sure that we're stopping the flow of guns. So I'm going to be working in large part with our congressional delegation to bring the awash of guns to an end. In addition, I'm also grateful to be serving on other key committees that are reflective of what we championed this past summer before we were elected, which includes education, zoning, mental health, criminal justice, and consumer worker protection and technology. On the topic of fire safety, I know that some folks were talking about that today. I'm also supporting legislation proposed by Councilmember Feliz in the Bronx, where the fire took place, which will force HPD to conduct automatic reinspection for fire safety. As you know, once a HPD violation is issued, once the work is done, that's it. There's nothing else to be done. But we want to trigger an automatic reinspection so that when the folks say the work is done, we check, let's say within a week or 2 weeks or what have you, to make sure that work is actually performed. And of course, we want to increase the winter temperatures from 62 degrees to 68 degrees to reduce dangerous reliance on space heaters. Aisha was talking about this earlier, about the heat as it is, as written by the books. It's not enough, especially depending on how cold it is outside. And so we're going to make a push to increase the degrees to 68. And I'm ready to deal with the pushback from the real estate lobby. We need to protect our tenants first and foremost, and that's why I'm in this. And we're going to punish landlords who don't comply. And that's something that I will make sure to address head on with my colleagues. But I also look forward to hearing your priorities and the needs in Community Board 12. Tonight, I want to introduce you to Fernando Andrade, my Deputy District Director, who will represent my office at CB12 meetings and is here to pass on any questions or concerns that come up. Fernando, if you can quickly just introduce yourself. All right, I'll proceed.
I have two questions on the floor for you before you leave.
Yeah, no, I'm not going anywhere. Our office is located at 121st in Amsterdam. I'm taking Mark Levine's, my predecessor's former office, and reach out whenever we can be of help. Just so you know, we're also actively soliciting applications for discretionary funds from community organizations, and we want to give money away to the organizations that are doing the work. So let us know if you're an organization that's looking for support. We're also seeking applications for new community board members to Community Board 12. I don't think we have a lot of appointments to make. So let us know if you're interested in serving on Community Board 12. I know we have over 100 people here, or just close to 100 people here tonight. So I wanted to bring attention to that. And look, I'm very confident we're gonna get a lot done this year, and I'm eager to get started. And I'm so glad I get to do this work with you. Thank you so much.
All right, Sean, before you leave, Francisco Lopez, that may want to chime in and say a few words, and Wayne Benjamin, and I guess Sally again.
I gotta say hi to Maria, everybody. Maria, I love you.
Francisco, you haven't, you have first shot.
Yes, so can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Sean, congratulations on your position. Thank you for giving us your service. We appreciate that. One thing that I always stress about is, you know, when we talk about crime in Washington Heights, we need to associate that with poverty and the causes of poverty. And one of the things that we lack in the Heights versus say Harlem is we don't have the PALs and the YMCAs and the Boys and Girls Clubs. We don't have those type of organizations, you know, building bases here where the kids can go and be active and have access to resources to keep them off the streets, to you know, put them on that path. So I know you said something about after school programming, and I want you to keep that in mind when you were going for those initiatives. Is we need those big organizations to come and build plants here. I think that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. No, thank you for offering that. And I think that's honestly 90% of the way to addressing crime, right? Is addressing the mental health crisis that has consumed us because of the disinvestments because of the disinvestments in our community. To the question earlier raised by Mr. Wayne Benjamin, we know how DYCD, you know, arbitrarily, you know, handles licenses for the use of certain spaces and the permissions of that. We've seen that before. You know, at the Armory, but also in other places throughout my district. And so we want to make sure that we're having that discussion with City Hall to make sure that we're creating spaces for youth involvement, and that is done equitably, and also with your voice as a community board in mind.
Sean is a former Community Board 12 member.
Public member.
So Wayne?
Wait, can I just say one thing? Sorry, Wayne. One last thing about the fire safety. We've been talking about fire extinguishers in our community and how we really truly lack that in each apartment. I'm not sure what the policies are as far as housing and fire extinguishers, but that's another thing we should look at. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sprinklers, it's the self-closing doors. It's a whole host of issues, and we got to make sure that all of those things are being used, and that the building subject to new constructions, right? That we're also creating state of the arts and really doing modern things to make sure we're preventing fires. You know, fire escapes are, you know, things of the past, and you know, it just begs the question, right? Like, what do we do? We have seen how folks are being trapped within their hallways, and what's the alternative then? I'm not saying we're returning back to fire escapes, but you know, it does beg a question on how can we improve folks' ability to, you know, access their way out of fires.
All right. Thank you, Sean. I think I'd like to get a new of our newer appointed members.
Yeah, I think I was up.
Excuse me. Allow me to kind of like wrap this up. I have Congressman Espaillat here. So he came surprisingly, even though he was invited, to share a few words with us. So Congressman Espaillat, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Eliezer, and thank you to all the board members. I understand that you had a minute of silence for the two officers who were killed in the line of duty. It's been a rough sort of like week. And so in the district in general, first we had last week the killing of a young woman that worked in Burger King, and then in the Bronx part of the district, the 11-month-old child was shot in the face, and then that same afternoon, those two officers were gunned down. So it's been a tough week and a half, and I thank you for recognizing their work and their legacy, and also the solidarity that you show for their families, who obviously are going through a very, very rough time. I was able to meet the parents of both of them, and I was able to be with Officer Mora just yesterday in the hospital. So this is a tough time for our community because they were connected to our community. One of them lived here. The other one lives in East Harlem, but they both patrol in the 32nd precinct, 27, 22-year-old officers. So it's a real tragedy for the country, really. President Biden addressed it. And this Thursday and Friday, I asked you to join in and come to the viewing at St. Patrick's Cathedral for Officer Rivera. The funeral mass will be on Friday, but the viewing will be on Thursday. So to show solidarity and stand behind the families of these two young men. I'm sorry to start on that very sad and tragic note, but I thought that, and I think that the community board is an entity that could address a lot of the public safety issues that the community is facing. And I know Mayor Adams has put forward a new plan that he unveiled yesterday. And we can have a healthy discussion about that to see how our neighborhood could be safer and our families could be safer. I think that without safety, nothing could move forward. The economy cannot move forward. Communities don't move forward. Families move out because of that. I remember back in the 80s and 90s how there was a major exodus here in Community Board 12 because of similar circumstances, and we were able to fight back and sort of like bring some level of safety and quality of life that attracted a lot of folks. Maybe some of the board members that are here now, and so that it's critical that the board president Mark Levine has been with us along the way of everything that he was with us in Harlem Hospital when the officers were shot at the vigil at the 32nd precinct. And he has been also a visible voice for this neighborhood and this borough. And so, I have a lot of other information about Build Back Better and the transportation infrastructure bill and other pieces of legislations that I'm carrying in Congress. And perhaps if you have questions, you can ask me about them. But I just wanted to concentrate on that because of the magnitude and the impact that it's had in our community and the country, if not the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. Is anyone, am I keeping the same round of hands to ask Congressman Espaillat any questions that you guys may have? Besides Liz, who's a newer hand? Steve, Sally, and Wayne. Okay, I'm gonna go with Emily Marte, who has not spoken. Thank you, Emily, for volunteering. She's one of our newer members. So happy to have you speak. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. So I was actually interested in knowing a little bit more about, I know that you, Congressman Espaillat, you were going to have a roundtable for student loan debt. And I was wondering if there would
I'm sorry,
be
a
one
roundtable? I didn't hear you right.
on student loan debt.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and I was really interested to know if there would be something in the future. I do know a lot of students, even here in Manhattan, that are dealing with a lot of student loan debt. I myself almost have 100 grand, and I work in a nonprofit, and I went to a nonprofit university, but they charged a lot, and so did my online master program. So
we're continuing to ask the president to forgive the student loan debt for certain levels of debt. I think it would be an important move for the economy because, as you all know, that student loan debt several years back surpassed even credit card debt. So the nation owns more money to student loans than they do to their credit cards. And in many cases, folks spend their entire productive adult life paying off their loans. And then they decide to, pay their kids' tuition because they don't want them to go through the same kind of hardship. And they basically spend their entire adult life in debt. And so this is not good for families and it's not good for the country. So we should go the route of looking at how to pay off the debt. Also, I'm a very strong supporter of student loan forgiveness for those that choose to be police officers, teachers, nurses. I think that we should encourage more people to be part of those very important, essential professions, and a certain level of debt forgiveness should be given to them. I have a plan, the 555, I call it. You should not have to pay your student loans in the first 5 years after you graduate, because many young people, couples included, are trying to save up money maybe to buy a house or get started with things. And so you're saddled with this debt from the very start. It should not be more than 5% of your income. And if you work 5 years or more in one of those jobs, there should be a level of forgiveness. So that's another proposal that I'm discussing in Washington. But right now, we're still in the process of asking President Biden to, through an executive order, to do that.
Thank you, Jim Berlin. And Sally, and we'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Congressman. I'm going to mention the obvious to you, and then you can tell me about your frustration. But as you know, a huge part of the gun problem in this country is not just the Second Amendment, but the ridiculous way a certain group called Republicans, I think, feel it ought to be enforced and enrich the gun industry. And this same enrichment obviously just killed 2 of our young officers. So this is a big federal thing, and I know you're doing all you can, but I think this fact must be stressed. Thank you very much.
Yes, well, thank you, Jim, for your many years of service here in Community Board 12. And there is everybody speaking about the pipeline, and there are states, southern states, that where there are very lax laws, and someone could go to a gun show and circumvent the background checks. I carry the ghost guns bill, which continues to be more and more of a problem. These are kits that are unassembled and they're sent to your house, and you assemble them, and all of a sudden you have a 9mm Glock that kills people.
Yeah, thank you.
With no restrictions whatsoever. That's part of a bigger package that we have, a bigger package that we're pushing in Washington. But I think lots could be done also if the federal authorities, state authorities, and the city authorities create a very strong regional northeast task force that will attempt to really cut off the transportation of these weapons to urban cities. I mean, we hear of the gun issue when there's a horrible shooting at a school with an AK-47, but handguns are here every weekend in our neighborhoods, and they're killing people. Somebody shot, I believe, in the Bronx tonight. I think at Jacoby Hospital, somebody was shot. And so this is happening far too often, just everywhere, and we have to cut that off. It's, you know, the power of the NRA. We got to fight them head on and take them on as a nation, really. They've been sort of like abrasive, and they just don't give a damn, and they continue to push forward and get their way. We got to take them on politically, nationally. Thank you, Jim.
My last 20-second questions from Liz before we let you go, Congressman.
Thank you so much. Congressman Espaillat, I just want to draw your attention to one of the agenda items in our meeting. It's a resolution calling on federal infrastructure funding for the Lighthouse Link, a vital infrastructure development project in Fort Washington Park that is never going to get built without federal money. So I anticipate that it will be passed later this evening, and I hope that we can count on you and Senators Schumer and Gillibrand to help us out.
Well, good. Thanks for telling me. I'll give you a head start and tell you that later on this month, and I'll send you the invitation, I'll have my State of the District address. It's going to be done through Zoom, and hopefully I'll be able to launch a map of the district with all the potential transportation and infrastructure projects that we can have. And so I'll make sure that we include the lighthouse there. But you know, broadband, Second Avenue subway, waterfront projects for resiliency, a host of things. You know, just as simple as, and you know many of them, the community boards. In fact, my team will be calling you, they haven't already, to find out which are the corners that flood during heavy rain. And we all know where they are, right? We all know you don't park your car there if you have a car, if you know that it's going to rain heavily that night, because you may find it on the water. So there's one that I always see. I don't know if it's still right across the Ann Loftus playground. That area floods heavily every time it rains. But there are places that need sewage work or some type of infrastructure remediation that will assist us in making sure that flooding doesn't happen there. There's waterfront issues in East Harlem, in Northern Manhattan, in the West Bronx part of the district. And we're working on to have sort of like a blueprint for the entire district of where all this money should be spent, with the projects that we want to see happen, so that then you and us, our office together, we can work on making sure that the money is pushed in that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, everybody, and have a good night.
Thank you. Senator Clark, patience is gold, so you have my vote. So gonna have you next. Mark Levine is coming up next, but I owe it to Senator Clark.
Senator Clear?
Clear? Is that clear?
I think that's me.
Yes, that's you.
It's clear, and happy
My
New Year
apologies.
to all. It's okay. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm not going to be long, but I'm happy to see so many of you that I know, and introduce myself to you, to those that I do not know. And like many before me have spoken, and our congressman so eloquently spoke on behalf of the officers who were officers in a precinct in my district, and who were unfortunately killed in my district. My heart goes out to the family of Officer Rivera and Officer Mora. This is truly a great tragedy, and my condolences are with their communities as well as the NYPD, the 32nd Precinct, all the men and women who work so hard to keep us safe, and all of our law enforcement folks across the city. Just highlights further the urgent need to get guns out of our community, to stop illegal guns from getting into the hands of people in our community. And the fight continues, that we have to make sure that we are safer, we have safer streets. But it is truly a great tragedy all around, and I intend to keep fighting in that regard. So I wanted to just tell you how proud I am to represent the 30th District and its diversity in the New York State Senate. I represent Harlem, East Harlem, the Upper West Side, and a portion of Washington Heights. I've been assigned as chair of the Women's Issues Committees. I do intend to do a lot of work around women's issues, which includes domestic violence and other things. I am also a member of the Disabilities Committee, the Consumer Protection Committee, the Health Committee, Cities One, and Commerce, Economic Development, and Small Business Committee. Like I said, I'm not going to keep you long. Another heart-wrenching incident for our city was definitely the fire in the Bronx, and I joined with other New Yorkers, elected officials. Congressman Esbiat was there, but I joined with him at the mass funeral to give my respect. But I can truly tell you that I was very saddened but angered at the same time, and very angered about the senseless loss of life due to apartment conditions that could have been avoided. So I lend my voice to that fight. And in fact, I have submitted intent for legislation related to space heaters, just because, as the fire official said earlier, so many fires are caused by space heaters, but the underlying condition of related to how building codes are handled is something that really does have to be addressed. And as someone who grew up in a community, never enough heat, not enough heat, putting on the oven, boiling water, these things have to stop, and people have to live in better conditions. And as long as it's cold, people are going to try to be warm. And that is always going to put them in danger. Someone spoke earlier about the eviction moratorium. As Senator Jackson, my big brother up here, who I work very closely with, mentioned, there is good cause eviction, and I am supportive of that, and I have become joined on as a sponsor. But at the same time, I have sent a letter to Governor Hochul calling for her to reinstate the eviction moratorium, because we have to figure this out. This is not an easy problem. Landlords need to be paid. Tenants were struggling with rent before COVID. They continue to struggle. We have to find a way to help people be able to afford rent. But while we're figuring it out in our warm homes, we have to make sure that people are able to be in their homes and not face eviction. So that protection, I want it to be extended to people who may not be eligible for ERAP. Yes, the portal was reopened, and people who apply for it will be covered if they are eligible. They're eligible, they will be covered for the period of time that the ERAP covers. But there are still many people who will not be eligible and who are struggling to pay rent. So I want to point out to you that Damaris Vasquez, who is on my staff, I don't know how to find her on here. I don't know if she's on the panel, but she may be just watching, but she'll be attending these meetings. And I look forward to working with you, all of the elected officials who have been on this team, and any one of you that want to reach me. I've kept the same location, same address, same phone number, so that the community will find it very easy to reach us. We are at the Adam Clayton Powell State Office Building on 125th Street, between Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Boulevard and Malcolm X Boulevard. I'm on the 9th floor, room 912, and our phone number is 212-222-7315. And I'm currently up here in Albany. You know, there's budget negotiations going on. But we are mostly, for the most part, in Albany Monday through Wednesdays. And Wednesday evening, we're back in the cities. For those of you who are interested in seeing me in person, I am taking meetings, social distancing, as safe as we can, but I am taking meetings. My office has been open. I had COVID for Christmas. And yeah, but I'm
Okay.
fine now.
Before we let you go, I am gonna formally invite you, wink, wink, to our health, not health, our housing and human services committees, headed by Daryl and Maria Lally. They're gonna be reaching out to you.
All right.
We would love to have you come and speak to. I was captivated by your voice, but anyways, when Benjamin, please.
You can invite her to my committee too.
Yes, Steve, I knew you was gonna say something.
So,
Me first, Steve, me first.
Yes.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to have a meeting.
Steve, behave.
Yes, I'm a Parky.
Yeah, so Cordell, I couldn't let the evening go without saying, good evening. I wasn't able to share my comments with Councilmember Abreu, but you being one of the elected officials who represent Washington Heights and Inwood, I also want to stress with you, and I know Mark Levine is still on, that we need, from the perspective of land use and planning, the assistance of our elected officials to push the recommendations that the board has made for like the better part of a decade through city planning and through LPC. And you will recall that, you were at the press event for 857 Riverside, where we raised the issues about that. You were standing there. So you know what those issues are. And you know that with the borough president and others pointing out what the issues are to city planning, it was just ignored. So
I wish I could show you my notepad where I wrote here, encourage city agencies to pay attention to community board recommendations when you said it earlier.
But it's the city agencies, but it's also, the mayor's office, because I think one of the issues with the last administration is the mayor was not a good listener to community-based planning priorities.
Okay, Wayne, can't have it all for yourself. So,
I wasn't trying to.
No, yes, you were. I know you're right. So, Senator Clear, I guess it's Damaris Vasquez.
Damaris
Vasquez. Sharing information so that anyone that wants to have you after my ask, they can have you. So Sally, and then we'll wrap it up. Mark Levine is on the president of our board. Sally.
Yes, my question was for Sean, but I also have one for the new senator. We would appreciate any help that you can give us with regard to New York Presbyterian. They closed down our 30-bed psychiatric unit in Northern Manhattan at the Allen Hospital. They closed it down to provide the excess capacity for COVID. We have been urging them to reopen that unit. It's not, as you probably know, psychiatric services are among the least profitable, so hospitals don't have an incentive to provide them, but our community is desperately in need of those services. So anything that you can do on our behalf to talk to the Commissioner of Health to get those beds back to psychiatric service as they were intended and promised would be greatly appreciated by the community board. And also I would second what you might not have heard clearly from Steve, that we would love to see you at our health and environment meeting, which is always the first Thursday of the month.
Okay, Damaris, you got that?
Yes.
Definitely, we'll be there.
Make it as well, to the extent that I am able. I will try to make it as well. I'm also an environmentalist. Thank you for that. And I will definitely work with Senator Jackson on the issue you spoke about with the hospital.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Damaris, and thank you, Senator Clear. Thank you, guys, for being here with us tonight. It was very pleasant.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no presentations for our next speaker, Mark Levine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and hello, CB12. It's good to be back home. Good to be back with all of you in my new capacity, my first time addressing you as your new Manhattan Borough President. Really just could not be more honored to work with you now hand in hand on behalf of Uptown, on behalf of our borough, hand in hand with my fellow electeds. I don't know if Senator Clear is still on, but she is just going to be an outstanding representative for us. There she is. Thank you so much, Cordelia. I really appreciate you. And she's off to an outstanding start. Thank you for being here in CB12 and not forgetting about Washington Heights. I've been in and out of your meeting tonight because I have a big borough and have been bouncing around to a lot of Zooms, but I did get to hear a very moving opening where you all were reflecting on the loss of Officer Jason Rivera. And now, of course, we're dealing with a second devastating loss today from Officer Wilbert Mora. And I understand that we care about both of them, but Officer Mora being a kid from the neighborhood who went to Amistad for elementary school and Wheels for middle school and was a player coach in local basketball and just such a well-known, seems like almost every day I realize someone in my life knew him. So I want to join you in grieving for this loss for Inwood, for Community Board 12, for New York City. City can't accept this. No society can accept this epidemic of gun violence. You know, these first 3.5 weeks for me on the job and for all of us in this new year have just been full of crisis. We had the peak of Omicron, almost unthinkable levels of infection. Probably half of you on the board have been hit. I got hit in December. I'm doing fine. I hope most of you are as well. But we've really been focused on that challenge. I've been continuing to focus on putting forth good public health policy and also helping residents of Manhattan access services to fight this pandemic. We were able to secure about 10,000 self-tests, distributed them through your wonderful local council members, Councilmembers De La Rosa and Abreu, and also through a local community nonprofit, North Manhattan Improvement Corp. We do still have, while we've given out that batch of self-tests, we do still have a good supply of high quality masks and hand sanitizer at our Northern Manhattan office on 125th. So please reach out if you'd like any of those resources. I realize I neglected to mention our wonderful team members who are on the call right now. Sadly, Natalie Espino has left the borough president office, well known and a friend to so many of us. Good news, though, that she's not going far. She'll be at a cherished local institution in the Hispanic Society. But I have at least 2, and I think 3 team members with us now. We have Trisha Shimamura, who is our amazing director of community affairs borough-wide, but she's going to be filling in CB12. I think many of you know her because of her previous job at Columbia, but she's wonderful. We also have someone who I think is very well known to you and a resident of Community Board 12, a leader here, and is now a wonderful new team member for our borough president's office, Mariel de la Cruz, who I see is on here as well. She is wonderful. She's going to be leading special events, including many that will take place in Community Board 12. And I think that she's on, maybe not as a panelist, but here, a new deputy borough president, Keisha Sutton James. I'm not sure if she is here, but I know she was on before as well. So really a great lineup with you tonight. You can reach out to any of them for follow-up on the issues I've mentioned. I'm also very concerned about the eviction moratorium expiring, another crisis that's hit our city in the last couple of weeks. There have been really great comments from our state senators on this, but I want to add, I'm also extremely concerned about what's happening in housing court, the rapid increase in cases, eviction cases. And I know that Eda Santiago, who's active on these issues, will know what I'm talking about. We got to make sure that every tenant exercises their right to counsel, that we have established in legislation in New York City. Really my proudest accomplishment as a council member. I don't know if Councilmember Abreu is still on, but of course he's a former tenant lawyer, so he gets this and is already leading on this issue. We have been sounding the alarm, our concern that the flood of evictions will mean that there are not enough legal aid attorneys to provide representation to every tenant. And so I have made a call with local leaders, including both your council members and all of my fellow, at least the Democratic borough presidents, to call for judges in housing court to not let any case proceed if the tenant does not have representation. They have this discretion. And so we want this to be an across the board standard that judges in housing court will adhere to as we enter what will be a very difficult time for tenants in housing court. On the matter of public safety, that's so much on our mind. I have sent a letter to the MTA together with all 10 of our Manhattan council members, including both of your local council members, calling for them to begin to implement screen doors on subway platforms. This would be a huge win for safety to prevent the, I see that Deputy Borough President Keisha Sutton James is indeed here. I saw her turn her camera on. Great to see you, Keisha. This would help prevent against the thankfully rare, but still awful pushing incidents, including the one that we saw a week and a half ago in Times Square when fellow Manhattanite Upper West Side resident Michelle Alyssa Go was brutally killed. But also it prevents against accidental falls. There are hundreds of people who wind up on the tracks every year through accidental falls, through unfortunately suicide attempts, through trespassing, through people who drop their cell phone onto the tracks and hop down to retrieve it, which is very dangerous, but happens. All of this is prevented if you have subway platforms with screen doors. This is being done around the world in a number of subway systems in cities in Europe and Asia, and including older systems like Paris, which have many of the same challenges we have. It's done in New York City. We have it on the air train at JFK. It's an extremely successful model. We want to see this. We want to see the MTA start to implement this in Manhattan and to figure out how to do it more broadly. So we're going to be very, very active on this as a public safety measure. I think I'm going to pause there. If there's time still late in the evening for a question or two, happy to take it. Understand you're also late in a crowded agenda. So Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Right. Are there any questions that you guys may want to raise to Mark? You're so familiar to us that we don't even
really
get to ask, we just call you. Good. Mark.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that she already did, but Tricia, if you didn't put your contact into the chat, please do so. Can't wait to work with all of you in the next months and years on behalf of Uptown. Thanks so much, everybody.
All right. Thank you for your patience once again. Mr. Al Taylor, I was requested and asked for me to call him Mr. Taylor, not Reverend Taylor. Please don't call him Reverend Taylor. He will be extremely upset. So, Mr. Taylor, Assemblyman Mr. Taylor.
You embellishing things. Good evening. I'm not sure if I'm coming through. It's kind of noisy where I'm at. We're here in Albany. I just want to pause for a second as we reflect on the two officers that were murdered. My heart was ripped when I got that news Friday night. It was just horrific. And I remember visiting the 32nd precinct the following day just to have prayer with a couple of the officers. And it was like so surreal. So let's continue to keep the families in prayer. And it was a loss, not only for NYPD, but for communities, because you raise and you hope these kids grow up to be model citizens, and you couldn't ask for anything better. And to be senselessly killed is ridiculous. So in that area, I will be having a sit-down conversation on February the 7th with DA Braggs on my podcast. That information will be dropped in the chat. I want to also introduce and present to some my environmentalist czar, and welcome back my new chief of staff, Wendy Olivo. She should be on. I too, like my colleagues, signed a letter pinned to the governor asking for her to reconsider and put some more money into ERAB, but also push back and get the moratorium back so we can catch up with what's happening around us. There's so many things that are going wrong, but my office is also providing assistance for those that need help with the application for ERAB and homeowner assistance. We're there to do those things. There's so many, and I apologize, I'm all over the place because we just finished our, we're wrapping up our budget conversation for tonight here in Albany. And so I'm talking with a couple of my colleagues and we're wrangling for some of the things that we need to bring home to our district. I'm so happy to be here with so many of my colleagues, but I want to speak to the members of the board. You are so important and thank you so much for your service. Don't think for a minute that your voice is not relevant, and continue to be a presence in all of our faces to make sure we're delivering on the services. So I want to thank you. And again, my condolences to the family and friends of those officers that were murdered. And also let's continue to keep the young baby that was shot in the face in the Bronx and so many other to gun violence that is so senseless in this country. And I think someone spoke about it earlier. It's that other group of people that don't want to, I think begins with an R, and we got to work on that to make our city safe again. We went from one of the safest cities in America to, it's not the worst, but we could do much better. Mr. Chair?
Are there any questions to our friend, Assemblyman Taylor? No? You're free to go, my friend.
Hey, thank you so much.
Right, I'm sorry that my battery is dying, so I had to kind of like go on sound only. So thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Sally has a question before you leave, Assemblyman.
I was just waiting for you to bring the council member Brew back. I think you broke away from him for the congressman. And I think a number of us had questions.
I don't know if he's still around, but I'll call him. Let's see if he's still around. Okay, thank you, Sally. Nobles, are you around?
I am, Chair. I believe Mr. Berlin is speaking first.
Okay, Mr. Berlin, please give us a few words as to why a runoff is happening for our own understanding and learning process, especially the newer members. So Jim Berlin.
Thank you very much. The main reason we're having a new election this evening for second vice chair is because the election last month turned out to be a tie. We don't even have to go into the details, but maybe we will. But the whole issue is for a few days.
Point of order.
Yes.
I believe that the next item on the agenda is the public session.
This is part of the chairman's report. Thank you.
Oh.
You are correct, Liz. That comes public session and then the election.
Right, but this is part of the
chairman's report. Never mind. My bad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, this is all about rules, of course. So, initially, it appeared, initially the vote was 20 votes for one individual, 19 votes for the other individual, and one board member abstained, okay? And that means a total of 40 people voted. Now, our bylaws state in regular voting on resolutions and stuff, abstentions are absolutely equivalent to no votes. So that's very simple. But the election was a whole different thing because the abstention was in fact, this individual didn't want to vote for either of the two candidates. But let's talk about abstention a little bit. The word abstain is a very general word. You can abstain from eating fried foods. And when you abstain from voting, you simply don't vote. So technically, if you don't go vote on election day and didn't send in a ballot, you have abstained. And obviously, if you use that logic, and Robert's rules do, abstentions have nothing to do with anything. It's only votes that count. Now, there's a hierarchy as to how we have to run our board. Robert's rules are our main set of rules. However, they are superseded by our bylaws. And in fact, it's our bylaws that say abstentions are no votes. And that is superseded by the laws, in particular, the city charter. Now, I had this very, very long, and this is a result of a conversation I had with Adele Bartlett, the chief counsel of the former borough president, because this was a very complicated issue because our bylaws said one thing, and of course, the city charter said something else. And the question in the issue I'm talking about, we had 20 votes for, 19 votes against, and an abstention. If you use Robert's rules, then 19 is more, 20 is more than 19, and we have a winner. But it turns out, and I will actually quote to you from the city charter, and you may remember that the city charter has also messed with us in terms of we're not allowed to have supermajorities. And that's all from this very same sentence, it turns out. And the sentence says, the determination of decision of the majority of the members, and here are the magic words, present and entitled to vote shall be the act of such board. Okay? So if you are present when voting occurs, the mere fact that your body is there means you're a voter. Okay? So the number of people voting at the meeting were the number of people present and eligible to vote. Now, the eligible to vote has to do with the fact that if you have a conflict of interest, you're not eligible to vote, and the number goes down. But everyone is eligible to vote for, our officers. So there were 40 people present and eligible to vote, and a majority would be half plus 1 of 40, and that turns out to be 21. So because of what the city charter says and not what Robert's rules say, that's how we determine how many votes you need to have a majority, because the thing that's very clear is you need a majority of the votes to be elected. And so had the count stayed 20 to 19, in fact, the individual with the higher number would not have been elected anyway because they needed 21. And this has all now been totally clarified by this wonderful letter. And this, I had an extremely enjoyable intellectual conversation with Adele. It was really fast because we were both, straining our brains to figure out what was going on. Now, the other thing is this same letter, and I believe I asked it should be distributed to all of you. We will do it after the fact. It also simplifies regular voting at the general meeting, because basically, if you're there, you can either vote in favor of a resolution, or if you vote no, if you abstain, if you have a tantrum and refuse to vote, it's all the same. Everything else is a no. So now this whole concept is much simpler now also. So basically, if you vote in favor of something, you're in favor of it. And anything else you do, as long as you're there when the voting occurs. If you run away, you're not a voter. But so that basically is the clarification I wanted to give you. And because this has been a very long meeting, and hopefully I explained it well, you won't have too many questions. But again, the main reason we're having a second vote tonight for second vice chair is, in fact, once all the recording was straightened out, there was a tie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now moving on to public session, Maria Ali, United Nations Association, USA.
Thank you, Eleazar. Yes, so I'm speaking in my capacity as the National Council Vice Chair for the United Nations Association of USA. We're having next month, I believe it's February 24th, yes, Thursday, February 24th, our annual Global Engagement Summit. Pre-COVID, it was an event where we would invite all of our members, and it's also open to the public to go to the United Nations and actually sit in the General Assembly Hall. And we would have speakers ranging from the UN Secretary General to a range of other kind of really prolific and impactful speakers. This time it's online, of course, but just wanted to invite all of you. Our theme this year is One Humanity, One Planet, One Common Agenda. Again, it's February 24th, this next month. Some of the speakers that we've had in the past, to give you a quick sense, last year we had Secretary General Antonio Guterres. We were also joined by His Honorable John Kerry as the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, and a number of high-level speakers, including congressional leaders. And this is, I think, really important as we think about, some of the issues that are impacting our local communities. How then can we connect these conversations that are happening at the international level to the local level? So once the invitation is ready, it'll be ready soon. I'll share it with the office so that it can be shared more widely, and I hope many of you can join. Thanks.
Thank you, Ariel. Next up, Sula Haska from DOE Adult Education Program.
Unmute. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for allowing me to join your meeting today. My name is Sula Haska, and I'm here in lieu of Carlos Rosas. I am working for the Department of Education Adult Education Program, and I am a case manager and a teacher. We're located in Harlem. I wanted to let you know of one of the best kept secrets and resources for our community: free adult education classes and job training for all adults. We have sites all over in each borough, and each borough hub has satellite schools. We offer classes in basic ed, GED prep, ESL, English as a Second Language courses, Microsoft Office Suite certification and non-certification, CNA courses, information technology, and training courses. So it's free. Let your community members know that we are here for our community and for our adults. We service adults 21 years of age and above. So I will place in the chat Carlos Rosas's email. So if you need some additional information, you can email him and contact him for further info. I hope that helps. And thank you for allowing me and having me at this meeting. Hello?
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your patience. We'd like to have Michael Wolf, 2535 Hillside Tenants Association.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Michael Wolf. Thank you, Chair. I'm part of the leadership of the 25-35 Hillside Tenants Association. We live next to 37 Hillside, which, as you know, has been a very active construction site for the past year. Also for the past year, at our instigation, the Tenants Association has been hosting monthly meetings with the developer Coconut Properties and their client Riseboro in order to keep each other informed and to resolve any conflicts that might arise from us tenants living and working, because many of our homes are now our workplaces, next to a noisy construction site for what we were told would be 2 years. The association only just learned of Coconut's desire to expand their work schedule to a 6-day week in an email from Adam Zidell delivered last Friday. This was the first time that we had heard of this idea or that their permit might allow it. And then we soon learned from Michelle Lee, thank you, Michelle, that a vote on this after-hours variance resolution was taking place here tonight. To add insult to injury, Mr. Zidell, in the same email, asked the Tenants Association to endorse the 6-day work week because Coconut was, quote, a good neighbor. The tenants of our association respectfully disagree with Coconut's rationale. Our quality of life and our work has been reduced by this project. Because of the pandemic, we are a captive audience of the noise and vibration generated by this construction. We have tolerated the current schedule because we recognize the value of the project to the city and the community. And that's why we've kept the lines of communication open with the developer to try to minimize conflict. But that certainly doesn't mean that we're happy about living cheek by jowl with a major construction site for what we are now learning will extend to 2.5 years. Our association are unanimous in our opposition to the expansion of work into Saturday, and had Coconut Properties asked us that question instead of assuming that we agreed, we would have told them that. In addition, you all may not be aware that the building up the hill from us, 45 Fairview, is about to begin a long-delayed retaining wall reconstruction project between their property, our home, and 681 West 193rd Street. And this project will also involve digging and jackhammering and will create even more noise pollution in an even smaller yard, further reducing the quality of life of the tenants in our building. 270 degrees of noisy construction, front and back, for who knows how many months. I beg the board to reconsider supporting this resolution and to recognize the opposition of people living mere feet from the bulldozers, trucks, drills, hammers, circular saws, and jackhammers of 37 Hillside.
Next up, Sally Fisher.
Okay, sorry, I just unmuted. I just wanted to thank everyone who dragged their trees to drop-off sites in Northern Manhattan parks. We had a really successful mulch fest last weekend. The NYC Parks forestry crew chipped over 1,000 trees. They created a big mountain of mulch. We handed out a lot of mulch. We made mulch fest sachets. We spread mulch around our street trees, and we have more mulch. So if you have a tree bed that would like a nice warm blanket for the winter, or you have a garden, please get in touch with Friends of Inwood Hill and we will direct you to the mulch. We also, with Washington Heights Food Council, on the first day of chipping weekend, we handed out drinks, grow kits, and hosted a food drive. This was right across from the farmer's market. So people brought food from home, and they also went over to the farmer's market and purchased food for donation. We dropped off a lot of eggs, chicken, vegetables, and other food items to the St. Jude's Community Bridge. And this is an initiative that we're going to continue on a monthly basis. The only other thing I would mention is that there are a lot of fun things going on in our parks. I will mention two in particular. On this coming Sunday, the amazing Leslie Day, author, naturalist, and woman who can do anything, is doing a Zoom tree workshop on the trees of Fort Tryon Park. And then the following Sunday, the 12th, if you want to do something live, there's a stewardship opportunity to work on trails in Inwood Hill Park. But I would encourage everyone to check out the NYC Parks website, to check out Friends of Inwood Hill Park and the Washington Heights Inwood Food Council. There's a lot going on in Northern Manhattan. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Louis Bailey, React. And then Adam Zeisel, and last one, that would be the last one, Adam Zeisel.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Louis Bailey. I'm the manager of membership and organizing at We Act for Environmental Justice. We're a 33-year organization located in Upper Manhattan. We also have a federal DC office. A couple of announcements I want to make. We're doing an extreme heat disaster planning with the community, and we say community. We Act represents all 4 areas in Northern Manhattan. So we're inviting Community Board 12 to work with the Harlem Emergency Network and the East Harlem COAD to develop an extreme weather disaster planning initiative for Northern Manhattan. As you know, heat and flooding continue to plague as climate change wreaks havoc on our community and the world. So we're going to have that meeting on Thursday, which is January 27th at 6 p.m. We've already invited community boards 11, 10, and 9 who will say they'll be there. So we're extending an invitation to our other community board 12, to attend that meeting and help us plan for the next disaster. On February 1st, which is Tuesday, February 1st, we will be doing our civic engagement political series. The topic will be understanding the duties of the executive board and the board of elections. That will be on Tuesday, February 1st, 7 p.m. All are welcome. And finally, for our monthly membership meeting, which takes place on Saturday, February 12th at 10 a.m., we'll be talking about our Out of Gas project. We recently passed legislation for out of gas, so any new construction starting in 2022, 2024, 25 will not have a gas hookup in it. So that is great legislation. But the pilot, we're doing 10 stoves in the Bronx, 10 in Buffalo, swapping out their stoves to push for legislation that, these new gas. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr.
Where do I put the links at though? Because I don't see the thing in my chat. I don't have a link. I don't see a chat in my face.
Okay.
Put it in the Q&A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate that. Thank you. Next one up is Mr. Adam Zizzle or Seisel, again from 2535 Hillside.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, you can still hear me? I'm on the computer now.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'll try and be brief. I know it's been a long meeting. So very briefly on our project, we're building 164 units. It's 100% affordable housing for low-income seniors at 50% AMI, which is the deepest level of affordability you could possibly do. 50 of the 164 units are going to be for formerly homeless residents coming directly from shelters. And we're building a new home for the Rocky Mount Baptist Church, which has been out of their worship space for, I want to say, 18 months that we've had construction going on. So getting the Saturday permission to build is extremely important to these folks. I mean, you can imagine folks that are in shelters right now being able to be in their permanent home as seniors 6 months earlier is extremely impactful. The Rocky Mount Baptist Church being able to have a place to worship after 18 months of not being able to do so is extremely impactful. And also, by the way, this is an extremely high-profile project for the development of senior affordable housing at the lowest tiers of affordability. The city really put their neck out in terms of financing this deal. As you can imagine, it's very challenging to finance a 100% affordable project for low-income seniors. We're also doing passive house, which is the latest and greatest energy efficiency standard. The building is all electric as well, so no carbon combustion anywhere in the building. If we deliver the project behind schedule and it's problematic or deemed a failure as a result of not being able to finish on schedule, it's going to really make it difficult to finance these types of projects for everybody in the city going forward. And with respect to Mr. Wolf, I've met with Mr. Wolf and his tenants group, I would say over 30 times on these monthly calls. Everybody in his building has my cell phone number and my email address. And when they reach out, we respond immediately. There are certain things that we can do to make construction easier. Mr. Wolf has asked us to relocate a family of possums. He's asked us to include a hackenberry tree in our plans. We've gone above and beyond with every request we can fulfill. Some things we can't fulfill. I can't make construction not noisy. His residents said we work at home. We offered to pay for co-working spaces for people to go to if they found that they couldn't work at home.
Thank
due
you.
to the noise.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry that I have to.
Up until today, honestly, I felt we've had a very good relationship with
Okay, Mr. Cito, I'm gonna have to call you
We
up.
haven't received any violation.
Next one up is Mr. Davis Skiles or Skikes.
Am I still? Can you hear me still?
Well, but your time is up, Mr.
Sorry, I'll
Cito.
try and wrap it up quickly.
No. 10 seconds.
We've done everything that a person could possibly.
Are we holding a committee meeting right now? Like, I'm confused.
Excuse me.
I don't see this
Let me
happening.
finish this up. This is public. This is public hearing. Public speaking. All right. So next one, Mr.
Okay,
Davis.
I'm
Skiles.
speaking again. I don't know.
No, that's it. Mr. Davis Skiles.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
There you go. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Hi, thank you for giving me the time. I'm the founder and executive director of Uptown Soccer, which is a free community soccer program for kids in our community. We have programs for kids as young as 6 years old all the way up to 18, 19-year-olds. We have a number of locations in the community at Dykeman, at the new soccer field at High Bridge, in PS 173, and at the Boys and Girls Club on 155th Street. So I'm just inviting any community members who have kids or no kids who would be interested in playing soccer, getting out of the house, getting physical, getting active in these times where we've all been a little constrained. Our programs are there, they're free, they're open to all abilities, and we would love to have more kids from the community come out and join us. I would also like to invite any community members who are interested in supporting us further to our Winter Festival fundraiser that we're going to be holding at the Hudson next month on February the 12th. It should be a fun event, and I would love to have as much of the community come out and support us and support the kids in our program as possible. I've just put the link to our website and to the fundraiser in the chat, but if anybody wants to reach out to me, you can definitely find my contact info on our website. Thank you for the time.
David, great work. I'll see you there.
Thank you.
The next one up is Nick Goldback, and or the last one is Elvis Adames. Either
I think
or.
Maggie Clark is also asked to speak.
I don't see her on the list that Kathy sent me, but if she's there, she can speak. Then not a problem. Elvis Adames, and that'll be the last person to speak, at least on this list.
It's Elvin Adames from the Dykeman Run Club.
Mr. Adames, are you with us? Or Maggie?
Since he's not there, is it okay if can somebody?
Hello, good evening. Do you guys hear me?
Okay, Elvis, go ahead.
Got you.
Yeah, I believe I was on mute. First of all, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for your service and your patience. My name is Elvin Adames. I'm co-founder of Dykeman Run Club, also known as DRC. DRC is a community-based organization founded in 2019. Our mission is to inspire, motivate, and educate our community on the importance of running and its benefits on everyday life. We enrich the lives of many people who live and work in the Inwood, Washington Heights area through strategic partnership with local businesses, charitable donations to local schools and nonprofits, and we provide a free weekly group run every Thursday to promote fitness and healthy habits. New York Police Officer Jason Rivera, known to many as Tata, first joined Dykeman Run Club in late 2019 as a way to get in shape for the NYPD Police Academy. He quickly became a beloved member of DRC, and many of us viewed him as a little brother to the club founders. His willpower and determination to be a better runner and not only go into the police academy, but become a police officer was an inspiration to many of us. Because of that, this in collaboration with the NYPD and our local partners, this Thursday, we're paying a special tribute to Officer Jason Rivera, in the form of a tribute run followed by a vigil. And this is going to take place this Thursday at 6:30 with the vigil starting at 8 p.m. across from Triumph Public House on Dykeman Street and Broadway. We ask for the support of the community board, and we invite the community to support this memorial run as we mourn the loss of not only Jason Rivera, but his partner William Mora as well. Thank you guys for your time, and thank you guys for what you do for the community.
All right, thank you so much for everything that you do. So unless we have anyone else that
Maggie Clark. She's had her hand raised. She's put several times in the chat.
She's not on the list, but she can speak. Go ahead, Maggie.
Well, maybe I signed up before you got into the meeting. I signed up as soon as the meeting was made public.
Go ahead, no problem. Thank you, Maggie.
So I'm a longtime bike ride leader and advocate for the Hudson Greenway. I took Larry Riley, who was the DOT's first bike coordinator, on a walk along what eventually became the Greenway from the bridge to Dykeman Street. Took 23 years for that to be paved, but okay. There have been economic development papers written about the benefits of greenways to business. And I can tell you that when that upper roadway greenway was finished, there was an explosion of bikes in the immediate area within days. And when people try to go up the greenway at this point, though, they at the lighthouse, they are met with a very steep hill, and most of them turn around and go back unless they live here. Parks has had this extension of the lighthouse links on their capital list for quite some time, but they have no capability of funding it because it costs so much money. It requires some building over the Hudson River shore. So they absolutely require federal and state funding for this. And I hope that you will all approve of the Parks Committee's resolution on this. Also, I wanted to mention, I put it in the chat also, the CDC has apparently been in charge of the city DEP's Omicron and other variant measurements in wastewater for the last year or so. They've kept all of this data secret, even though as chair of the Long Range Planning Committee of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board, I have been urging that this be made public. We got the borough president to write to the mayor and the governor twice about making this public and to do it more often. And I just looked at the CDC site and they said that they knew about Omicron in November here, and there are 12 Omicron variants that they haven't told us about. So I hope that you will write a resolution urging transparency about all of this, because our health depends upon it.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. We needed that information. So Nobles, if you want to take on the task of running this.
Sure can. Thank you very much, Chair.
Brother. Thank you.
Thank you. So folks, Jim Berlin went through, everything that an incredible crew of people, I would say about 20 people, were going through in the lead up to Christmas. So everything that he just spoke about in terms of all the conversations with 2 lawyers, one for the city, one for the Manhattan Borough President, the nominees, the board, the NOMCOM, the office, the Manhattan Borough President's office, everywhere. That all took place in 48 hours. So it was a very difficult situation, but I have a few people to thank. First and foremost, I certainly want to thank the NOMCOM, Samadi, Etta, Leo, Jonathan, and Marielle. Thank you so much for your service in not only running the election in December and the lead up to that, but also helping me with this runoff this year and everything in between when it came to figuring out the legalities of running a New York City Community Board. I also want to thank the nominees for second vice chair that we'll be voting on in a second. All of us really appreciate your patience and your professionalism while we were figuring out a very complicated situation. If people remember when I first had my speech during the election, for some reason, precedent-setting issues always seem to happen with me during elections, and this is the second one in 1 year. So if I run this again next year, God willing, we'll see what happens then. But I appreciate the patience. And lastly, of course, I do want to thank the chair for his patience in all of us figuring that out. Definitely a sticky situation when it comes to the officer corps in terms of who's going to be on it. So again, I do thank you for your patience and your support as Jim and I were kind of sifting through all the legalities. So folks, so with that, I'm going to explain what's about to happen. And I don't know if Chair, if you could give share screen ability to me. Once we get to the voting section of this part, I'm going to put up a screen just in case people have any technical difficulties.
All our Chanel can just do that.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
So the way that this is going to go, after I'm done talking right now, I'm going to flip a coin, and I will choose. I'm going to choose who has heads, who has tails, and depending on that person, that nominee for second vice chair, because we're only voting on second vice chair tonight, folks. This is the only runoff. That person will then go first with a 3-minute speech. They don't have to use all the time, but you have 3 minutes, and then strictly like right after will be the other person, the one that lost the coin toss flip. After that, there will be no public questions, no board questions for the candidates. That happened during the election, because again, in a regular process of things, this runoff would have happened directly after our meeting, or the vote last meeting. That would have been about 11:30 at night. So since we're doing this, in this meeting, no questions from the public, no questions from the board, because it wouldn't have happened that night. So after those speeches, I will then heads up to the office, ask them to send out the ballot like we did the first time to everyone on the board. At that time, I will ask Curtis, our now secretary, for a roll call of attendance and who's here right now. That roll call will be used, and please listen to me on this. That roll call will be used for voting. So when the NOMCOM, once voting is done after 5 minutes, There will be a 5-minute time period right now for voting. After that voting is done, the nominating committee will go into a separate room, tally the votes, and then come back and give the winner of that election when we are recognized by the chair. That is what the proceeding is going to be tonight. Are there any questions before we get started? Good. So let's move this along then. Angel, I'm going to give you heads. Can we see that? There we go. Tanya, you get the tails. I'm going to flip this. It's going to be tough. Let me see. Oh, that's heads. Heads. Angel, that was you, correct?
Yes, correct.
Awesome. Thank you. So look, I'm going to give you 3 minutes and I will start it as soon as you begin speaking, but just give me a second to set up my phone and the floor is yours, my friend.
Thanks, Noble. Good evening, everyone. I want to introduce myself. I'm Angel Vasquez. I've been a member of our community board since May 2020. I have served on the licensing committee. I currently serve as the vice chair of that committee. I've served in traffic and transportation. I've also served in housing and human services. But before then, I would like to share that my story in Community Board 12 really begins with when my parents and I immigrated to Washington Heights, and this is the community that we settled in. I went to public schools in Washington Heights. After going away for college and spending some time in Denver, Colorado, I made my way back to Washington Heights, and I feel like my life is a little full circle because I currently reside right across the street from my elementary school. In terms of my candidacy for second vice chair, I think I want to share with you 3 particular tenets that I can summarize in 3 words. 1 is coherence, 2 is consistency, and 3 is preparation. As it relates to coherence, I think we have some work to do as a board in terms of our leadership. We need to bring cohesion and coherence to our board leadership, because what I'm seeing at the moment is that there are a lot of internal problems that get in the way and don't allow us to advance our agenda in an effective and an efficient way as a board. I believe that I can be the candidate that can bring in a refreshing environment to the leadership and to the board so that we can start to focus on real community issues and real community problems and become solutions oriented to those problems and try to leave behind some of these internal issues that continuously stab us in the foot and don't allow us to make progress. I will share with me that I was disheartened and in a little bit in disbelief when I had some conversations with other board members when I was told that some people are afraid of being able to speak up during committee meetings and board meetings, because whatever they say can and sometimes and oftentimes gets used against them in other settings. So they rather just remain silent. And that is something that needs to change. And that is something that I would like to champion and work on to change on this board. 2, going back to the 3 tenets, consistency. I understand that community boards are democratic institutions, and we have to allow for everyone's voice and opinion to be heard. However, rules are important. There are guidelines. There are ways for us to move through the procedures in a way that allows us to engage in conversation and discussion, but at the same time gets us to a point of solution in a more effective and efficient manner. Last but not least is preparation. I believe we have to work on some of our procedures so that we are better prepared for our committee meetings, our general board meetings, so that we can showcase to the rest of the public before we get into public meetings that we are the best and the best example.
All right, thank you. You got about an extra 6 seconds there, which I will also pass along to Tanya once she goes. There we go. Tanya, I will start this when you start speaking. Your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. After our December general meeting, when we were saying our Zoom goodbyes, and everyone at the time thought this particular office's election had a different outcome by 1 vote. I took longer than usual to hang up because I was distracted by something. And I heard something that both concerned and hurt me. A board member described Angel as family. Which is who's, of course, Angel, who just spoke, The way I think about family, this person was absolutely correct. Angel is definitely family. He's family to me, family to this board. This was not in dispute. But also in this inclusive definition of family, I felt I was as well. And I wonder why I was not considered as such. I was really hurt actually by that, by what I'd heard. So I began to think about the implications of that statement, our purpose in being here together, doing this community board work and how we include or not, and think about those with whom we do this work together on this board. I also began to think about the implications for how we think about the community out there, those people we serve. There are several dictionary definitions of family, including the one we all know that refers to those with whom we share blood, right? That's the one we know. But there are also other definitions when researchers look at what influences how we form bonds and relationships. Yes, we form bonds or family-like ties with those whom we share social identities and social and cultural experiences. But some of the broader than blood definitions include, quote, a group of people who are considered to be united in a common occupation or enterprise, and, quote, a group of people who are generally not blood relations, but who share common attitudes, interests, or goals. And I can say that throughout my life experiences, shared social identities and cultural experiences that did not always translate to family for many reasons. But I also learned that any pursuit of an important common goal does not work if those with whom we are doing this work are not embraced, appreciated, and supported as family. When we splinter family over petty and even nefarious agendas, we threaten our very foundation. I also think about what these things mean to the community at large that we represent when we divide along this way. How do we represent those whom we don't consider part of our family? Yes, family can be messy. Family can be complicated, but this work of serving on this community board has formed a family that is supposed to share a goal of serving this community nonetheless. And I will say that in this work, all our fates are tied together. We will swim as a solid family or sink as a broken one. My work, which I discussed at length in my December election speech, reflects 4 years of work that brought this board family together in numerous ways to make the work of this board and our service to our community more equitable and stronger. I've done many things in actuality on this board in 4 years to bring us together, to make us more cohesive. So family, I ask that be your criteria for whether I continue to serve in this role, not whether I fit a particular image of family. Thank you, family.
Tanya. Thank you very much. So folks, we are now going to go to a roll call. Again, as I said before, the folks that will be present on this roll call will be the only people eligible to vote. When you get to your ballot, you have to enter in your email and your name. I will give you a little anecdote here about what happened. So the last time we had the election, there was a person that voted that was not supposed to be voting because they're not even a board member. So that's why those fields are important. That's why this roll call is important, to make sure that we have people, the people here voting right now, as Jim was talking about before. If you are here, even if you vote abstain, you are still a part of the total vote. And so with that, Jim, is there anything you wanted to add there before we get the roll call started with Curtis?
I don't believe so. And thank you for the excellent job, you and the committee. And I was remiss in like you said, the huge effort of these various people all to, straighten out this confusion, including the members of your committee.
It was quite a thing.
We should all be thankful for this.
Very true. This is why we need more. This is why we need a task force and bylaws, and I already talked to Chair about that, and I think that's going to be happening. So, folks, here's the thing. So, Curtis, are you all set for the roll call?
I am all set.
Excellent. And I've already confirmed with the office that the ballot will be emailed out momentarily. So by the time we're done with this roll call and we start the 5 minutes of voting, we should be in good order. So, Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, this is my first roll call as secretary, so I ask for your compassion. If I mispronounce your name, please correct me either now or later on, so I'm being respectful of everyone's name. So I'll start off now. Joel Abreu. Joel?
I'm here.
Okay. Jamina Alsober, please help me to pronounce your name correctly. Jamina?
Alcober, here.
Perfect, thank you. Maria Ali.
Present.
Richard Allman.
Present.
Mary Anderson.
Here.
Ms. Aquino. Wayne Benjamin.
Here.
James Berlin.
Here.
Danielle Bonilla,
Here.
Tanya Bonner,
Here.
Eleazar Bueno.
Here.
I got that right? Bueno. Dale Cochran.
Present.
Okay. Nobles Crawford.
Here.
Robin Cruz.
I'm here.
Waldez Cruz. Waldez Cruz. Okay. Catherine Diaz. Catherine Diaz. Domingo Esteban. I'll come back
I
around.
just got a text from Catherine. She says she's not able to log on.
Okay. I will loop back around after we confirm the list. Domingo Estevez.
Here.
Gabriela Estrella.
I'm here.
Ashley Fernandez.
Here.
Sarah Fisher.
Here.
Faye Florimon.
We here.
Barbara Frazier.
Here.
Samari Hernandez.
Curtis, Cindy Matos, raise her hand.
I'm not looking at the screen, but yes, Matos, you have a question? I haven't gotten to the M's yet, but
I figured it out. Thank you.
Samari Hernandez.
I just saw her.
Samari, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Marion James.
I'm here.
Danielle Jetu. Danielle Jetu. Leo Jimenez.
Good evening, Curtis. Present.
Thank you. Joseph Kalinsky.
Present. Here.
Elsie Kamener.
Yep.
Michelle Lee.
Hi.
Okay. Francisco Lopez.
Here.
Elizabeth Ritter.
Here.
Maria Luna.
Here.
And it's actually Loris Ritter. Thank you.
Okay. Elizabeth Loris Ritter. Thank you. Maria Luna. Yes. Emily Marte.
Here.
Emily Marte.
Here. Present.
Cindy Matos.
Present. Thank you.
Joe Mazur.
Here.
Jay, sorry. Yes. Isidro Medina.
Yeah.
Debbie Nabavian.
Here.
Okay. Jonathan Nunez Frometa.
I'm here.
Jonathan. Okay. Aisha Ogilvy. Aisha Ogilvy. Wendy Pena.
Present.
Paradise Phoenix. Paradise Phoenix. All right. Bruce Robertson.
Yeah, call Waldez again. I think he said he was on.
Okay, I'll come back around when I loop back around. Bruce Robertson.
Here.
All right. Genesis Salas. Genesis. Okay. Eda Santiago.
Here.
Steve Simon.
Here.
Angel Vasquez.
Here.
Curtis Young, present. Okay, I'm going to start back to the top. Glynis, are you present? No, Glynis. Waldez Cruz. Waldez Cruz. Waldez Cruz was here, is online, but I need you to acknowledge your presence, please. Waldez?
Yes, we definitely need you to speak, please.
Could you unmute yourself? Unmute yourself and please acknowledge your existence.
Yeah, I can see what this is there, but for some reason this response.
Yeah, folks, we need the voice just in case someone signed in on that account. We know.
Could someone text Waldez to make sure that he is present?
He needs to speak here. Like, we need to know it's confirmed.
I need to hear his voice. So Waldez, please, if you're there, please someone text him to let him know he needs to acknowledge his presence by voice. Catherine Diaz, are you with us now?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. All right, so we're waiting for Waldez Cruz to acknowledge his presence, and I believe that is.
Sorry, guys, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think we can confirm the list of attendees for the evening.
Fantastic. Curtis, I don't know if you could, but can you send me a picture of that, or send me the file by which you took down that roll call, so that way the nominating committee, once we go into our separate room, has that to cross-check the voting, please?
Oh, certainly. I will send a separate document to you right now.
Thank you, Curtis, because you're about to give 5 minutes of silence. So folks, with that roll call, we now know who is present for vote. And with that, you should have received the ballot in your email. And I'm also going to put up here my contact info and the rest of the nominating committee's info. If you did not receive the ballot to the email address that's registered with the office, text me, email the nomcom. We will make sure to get this right within the 5 minutes of voting, but it is on you to please get in touch with us. If anything, call the bat phone here and I can help you. So folks, with that, I'm going to start the clock right here. 5 minutes to vote. I'm going to go on mute. Please commence voting. Thank you.
Are you showing?
We can see your
Somebody's
screen.
sharing the screen.
We see your screen.
Yeah, try hide your
Good
screen.
looking, Samadhi. Thank you, nomcom.
Nobles, can the link be texted to me? Because my email, it's not loading for some reason.
Sure. Do you see my number on here now?
Can you repeat that?
Oh, you already have my number, Catherine. Just I'll text it over to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Nobles, I got 2 links, one from Paola, from Chanel, the other one from Ebenezer just now.
It's the same link. I just confirmed. You're good. So it's not gonna.
And one of the links
Like
used the wrong
Chicago, vote
address.
early and often.
Yeah, that, okay.
It's unique. It's a unique vote. So it's
I understand.
matched to your IP. Okay, cool.
I just want to mention that they used the wrong email address in the first one.
Then you might want to check what email address you have with the office and take out the old one.
They have 2 email addresses for me. If they can't send it to the right one, I'm not sure what to say.
Oh, see, I had the same problem. It depends on which Gmail address you're logged into primarily.
I don't have a Gmail address.
Which address you're logged into primarily. So if you're logged into a different address primarily and you click on the link, it'll show that that's where you're replying from. So you have to make sure that you've got a primary login from whatever is your official CB12 address that you use for CB12 communications.
But also the redundancy is that you have to enter in the email address that you use. So we should be cool there. Gabriella, you had a question?
No, I don't have a question. I just wanted to clarify to OC. The same happened to me. I have a Gmail, and then once you put your name, then you put the email that you have in community board and your vote. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
My friends, we have nearing 2 minutes left, about 2 minutes, 15 seconds left right now to vote.
Yeah, it's still not opening for me. I'm gonna try another way. I just wanted to alert you Nobles.
Okay, cool. But you did receive the link I just shot over to you, right?
Yeah, but my browser's not working, so I'm trying to go alternatively.
Okay, cool. Just let me know.
Nobles, I might have voted twice because I'm not sure it went through the first time, so.
Yeah, if people vote twice by accident, because there was an issue with the option on the back end before this got out. If you vote twice, that's okay. It'll be by accident because remember, the required fields are your name and your email address. Unless someone votes differently within 30 seconds, we can definitely deduplicate anyone that messes up in that regard in the nomcom meeting after. Again, there's like 6 people watching this, so obviously no funny business. But yeah, that's why we made those fields required.
Okay, great.
Yeah, sorry, I think I may have accidentally just voted twice as well, I swear.
That's okay, we can remove.
No,
it'll be
me
just
too.
like
I did it too.
No worries, we will see it in the back end. And like Samadhi and I did last time, there was a person that voted that was not a part of our board. We can just take out the deduplicate, we can take out the duplicate vote because we have your information from the name in the email field. We know it's you.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, we have about 30 seconds here. 34, 33, 32, just give you a sense.
All right, who's got the Jeopardy music?
That was not official Nomcom audio right there. That was a pirate radio, if you will. Folks,
Yeah, but who wrote the song?
that is the end of our voting session, people. And by the way, the ballots are time-stamped. So if we see anything over 9:35, it will be removed from the official ballot list. So with that, again, thank you very much for participating in the last election here for the officer corps this year. And Mr. Chair, you can go back to business as usual. And the NomCom, we're going to go off in our own room here, take a look at the back end from the voting, make sure everything is clean. And then as the 6 of us will review, we will come back to you with the results. Sound good, Chair?
Hey, Nobles, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know Kathy was having trouble voting, so we might have to work things out between the time limit for her.
Leo, so when it comes to this, we only have the 5 minutes to vote. And in that time period, technical difficulties or not, she got the link. Like we did what we could. It's out of our power for technical difficulties. We had the section that we had. Okay, so Nomcom, let's go off to the Google Meet that I had sent to you, and then let's review the results, and we'll be back.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, so moving along, Isidro, you're next up. Resolutions, actually, no, is the Housing and Human Services, Darrell Cochrane, on the 2 resolutions on after hours construction variances. So take it away.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to talk about briefly, and then I know a lot of folks probably have questions or thoughts on this. And sorry, I'll turn on my camera. These resolutions were tabled from the last meeting, if you remember. And I just want to personally thank Marielle and Bruce for running the last meeting, as well as Michelle for just some amazing work and due diligence. And then that's why you see the resolutions before you. And I think we've answered a lot of questions that the board had from the last full board meeting, as well as I know some folks came to the committee meeting. So right now I'll just open it up to questions. I think there's more to say down the road, but I'll just open it up right now.
Okay.
Am I recognizing or are you?
No, just please, if we can get at least a minute or 2 or 3, whatever it takes, questions directed specifically to the resolutions. Just express your opinions, whether you support it or not. No personal little nothing. Let's just stick to the script, which are the resolutions. Aisha, go ahead.
So first of all, I want to say, I understand what you're saying, Eleazar, and it's not to disrespect you.
No problem. No problem.
I feel bullied, right? I feel bullied simply for standing up for the community to make sure that the people that we represent are represented, right? That what is told to us in meetings is the truth.
I'm sorry, point of order. Is there a question?
I'll get to it, right?
No, you need to get to it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm talking about you.
We are 3 hours into this meeting.
Me. You're not going to disrespect.
I am not just.
Both of you, just stay civil. We have a lot of things here at stake. We have the world is watching us. I don't think that this is the appropriate way of us being represented as. Aisha, let's start all over again, please.
So
thank you.
The point that I was making is the reason why the resolution went back is because of the stance that I took in that regard, And we have the head of the tenants organization saying they never heard of this until last Friday or before that meeting that took place. So I want to understand, how is it that that's not factored in to what's happening today? In my opinion, this shouldn't even be going forward for that reason.
I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm trying to understand. What, can you say that last part again? Because maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. What's not being wrapped into
In both
the resolution,
instances
the conversation, or what?
In both instances, both variances that were requested, both developers made statements that seemingly on the face of it are not true.
So let me try to steer this conversation in the right direction. Aisha, I think what you should say is that because of the way that the resolution or the developers or whatever was presented, I support or do not support. Please, fellow board members, don't support it or support it based on facts. Let's just take that little part away from it. Let's just stick to the resolution and whether you support it or not.
Well, here's the problem that I have. There's bullying that takes place because you take certain positions on this board. And I will not be silenced about that. I will not. I was disrespected on my personal Facebook page because a community member called Darryl out. I'm not dealing with that.
Okay. Aisha, again, let's just deal with the resolution, please. In this, at least in this scenario, this platform, on this meeting today, please. Start all over again. I'll give you another shot. Just tell us whether you should support
what she needed to say.
or not. Okay, thank you. All right, Ozzy, go ahead.
Daryl, 4790 is what used to be the library building, right? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at, I think it's next to the library. I don't think it was.
Is it not the library or what used to be the library and that was demolished?
Yes, it's the site of the Eliza.
Yeah.
It is, okay. I hope other members of this community board vote against this. Thank you.
Steve.
I'm a little confused by both resolutions, which say that they're requesting an 8 a.m. start time rather than a 10 o'clock start time. Does that mean that they already have that they already have approval to have a permit that begins at 10, but they're now asking that it begin 2 hours earlier?
Which one are you referring to?
Well, but both resolutions say that that they're asking for an 8 a.m. start time rather than 10 o'clock on Saturdays, which implies to me that they already have a permit for 10 a.m. on Saturdays.
Yeah.
And so what's that issue is whether or not they can begin at 8 o'clock instead of at 10. I originally thought the issue was whether or not they could work on Saturdays at all.
Daryl, do you mind if I come in?
I was just going to say, I was not at the last meeting where they kind of smoothed all these edges out. But so Marielle, if you want to step in.
Sure. And I'll also kind of lean on Michelle and Bruce and some of the other committee members. So basically what happened was the developer, they are going to the Department of Buildings requesting a Saturday permit. That is out of our control, whether the Department of Buildings gives them the Saturday permit. What they did come to request in the December meeting, which was not properly reflected in the resolutions that you all received in December, which are now reflected in the January resolutions, is that they spoke about the possibility of having an earlier start time. So what we understand is that the Department of Buildings, when they do issue Saturday permits, the start time is 10 a.m. They mentioned, in order to kind of have additional time, additional work hours, an earlier start time at 8 a.m. would allow them to really kind of make the most of the day, so to speak. So what they are requesting is for us as the community board to submit letters of support to the Department of Buildings asking and allowing them to have an 8 a.m. start time on Saturdays and not a 10 a.m. start time on Saturdays. So again, we're not granting them a Saturday permit. It's more about if, you know, the letter of support about an 8 a.m. start time on Saturdays or a 10 a.m. start time on Saturdays. There were a couple of other comments regarding,
okay.
Can I just come in really quickly on the tenant
One
thing?
second, Mario, on this
again,
particular point. So in both cases, they are anticipating getting a permit for Saturdays, but that permit usually begins at 10 a.m. Is that what you're telling us?
That is correct. Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
And,
So that's your point, Steve. I'd like to move on to other folks. Maybe they have.
Go ahead.
Jim.
I'm familiar with construction noise. I hear it all the time because it goes on around me, and people work for a living and they don't need to be awakened by jackhammers at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday morning. That's outrageous. Now, as far as I'm concerned, based upon my experience with construction noise, not only should they not get the 8 o'clock thing, they shouldn't get a Saturday permit at all, because the residents of Washington Heights and Inwood, the ones who live here now, like we do, they need us to represent them, and they don't need this noise. Thank you.
Barbara Fraser and then Gabriela. That would be the last of comment.
Okay, I should actually note that I live on Hillside Avenue, where this controversy is taking place, a little bit further down the road. But I'm extremely familiar with the activity on Hillside Avenue. I noted that the committee didn't really consider, or I have to ask the committee, did you consider the number of postal trucks that go by 24 hours a day, and that there's a lot of other car activity? I was, I believe, chair or vice chair of the housing committee when this project first came forward. And one reason we were supportive of it is that it would be a foot traffic building of, you know, low-income seniors, and therefore the heavy noise from the trucks and stuff would not be a factor. There are also school buses, because the Duarte School is just around the corner from where this new building is. So school buses are a major factor on the street. So there's a lot, even though it's a quiet cul-de-sac in many ways, it is a busy street in a funny way. Also, I believe that what we're being forced away here are the importance of this low-income senior project. But I question, did you ask them about paying time and a half on Saturdays? Because these developers are saying, oh, we got to bring it in under project, under bid. But yet, if you're paying time and a half on Saturdays, that's a lot of wages. So I really kind of question the sincerity of them saying that that's the reason, because you run up a big bill with weekend.
Mariel, you have an answer for that? Or Daryl? Or Bruce?
I mean, yeah, you know, I would just say, you know, as it relates to the postal trucks, that's something, you know, that we've heard of for a very long time. And it's, while it's unfortunate, I know there are those on this board that have tried to ameliorate that issue for the community. But specific to this site, you know, it did not come up. I think, you know, it's saying it's similar to saying, like, if we give a liquor license to one entity, to one bar, and then there's a bar on the same block or a block away, that we should factor that in somehow. So, you know, and I think there was discussion in the executive committee meeting that talked about, you know, questions related to this that are, and standards that are related to this, that we can and cannot hold developers to. So I'm not sure if that
Okay,
answers.
all right, so I'm just pointing that out, that I really question the money thing. Then the other thing I wanted to say was that did they submit any proof to you on their strong argument of if this one don't fly, no other senior project in the city is going to happen. Low income senior, which was in a sense a threat. Did they submit any proof to you about that?
They were only speaking specific to the site.
Yeah, so I don't.
Okay. Gabriela?
Thank you. So I have two questions for the committee. Number one, were you aware of the opposing opinions and comments about the community in general about this project before making a decision? That's one question. The other question will be, that's one question. The other question will be the opposite. Have you heard any community or tenants, in the buildings that are in favor of the project?
Hang on a second, Maria. Are you raising your hand because you're going to answer or because you're going to make a comment?
To answer.
Oh, go right ahead.
I have an answer, but you go ahead, Marielle. You were
Sure. Thank you, Gabriela. Good question. I mean, when they came to the meeting in December, again, the developer stated that they had been meeting with the tenant association, that according to them, there were no complaints and that they, have these monthly meetings. There was one person, a nearby neighbor, who was at the meeting. And committee members can chime in as well. The person did not offer kind of negative feedback. They just asked questions about, the project and so on. And if I recall correctly, they did say, I think it's fine. It's a good project. And so we went based off of that. At the January meeting, there were no residents at the meeting. So again, we went based off of who was there and then off of what the developer said. Michelle's leadership. So again, thanks to Michelle, she's been very active in kind of engaging the developer and kind of requesting that feedback based off of the feedback that we received from all of you in December. And she attended a tenants meeting, and Michelle, please jump in as I'm probably speaking a little bit for you, and did not, receive feedback from the tenants yesterday. So again, the resolutions were already out at that point. But I think it kind of calls into question something that we all, I think, as a board need to think about in general about how we engage the community and what does that look like. We can only do but so much, but there's also more that we can do. So it's a really hard balance. And so just, a common point. And I think that's an experience that we're all learning from this. Maybe Michelle, if you want to come in on kind of, since you really were engaged in that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Marielle. It has, I thought it was really important to reach out to the community. The developer put me in touch with the Tenants Association next door. I was invited to a meeting yesterday and got a lot of feedback from the tenants who found out about this meeting and presented earlier at the meeting. To your specific question, I don't think there was a resident that I spoke to in the meeting yesterday who was in support of Saturday hours. They did speak about having overall good communication with the developer. In terms of engaging the community, another thing that I did was ask both developers at this site and the Eliza to put up flyers on their site to notify the community about this meeting, and that has been done. So also contains the emails of our CB12 office, so folks can continue to reach out if there are any issues with the site.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Board members, thank you. Ms. Ritter.
If I could, I'm sorry. Can I add to that to answer that question?
I think respectfully with all the two comments they both made.
I'm sorry. This is an important point, Eleazar. Sorry. But I just want to point out, I mean, I've been on the board for over 5 years, and I just want to say to everyone that something unique really happened here. And the committee not only had one, but we had 2 meetings about this issue. And then we voted, and that was 3 weeks ago. But since then, there were many on the committee that were curious, wanted more information. And I have to hand it to Michelle, Marielle, and others for doing their due diligence on this and just really going the extra mile. I think there are folks that are, you know, a workhorse and some that are a show horse, and certainly the amount of work that was put into this was truly amazing after a vote has been made. So I just want to applaud my fellow committee members on that.
Thank you, Daryl. Aisha.
So I'm trying to get, no, I was next, and then Daryl had an additional.
Oh, you put your
comment.
hands down. That's why I didn't see
No, I
it.
put my hand down because I started to speak, and then Daryl
Liz,
was
go ahead.
recognized.
Go ahead, Liz.
So
Thank
go
you
ahead.
so much. So
Sure,
I'm
go ahead.
still a little bit perplexed about what is the issue at hand. We're not discussing whether or not to approve the project is happening. So whether we like the project or whether we support the goals of affordability or all of those things, this project is happening. Am I correct on that? So the question is whether or not, and we do not determine as a board whether or not there will be Saturday hours. That's something that DOB determines. So while it's true that, you know, if I live next to it, I think I wouldn't love having Saturday hours, that's not actually what we're voting on. We're only voting on whether the Saturday hours start at 8 or whether they start at 10. And whatever else we might think about anything else on the project should not influence our vote. This is a very narrow issue, and we should focus on just that issue. So to that point, my question is, and we may not know, but if the Saturday hours start a little bit early, does that mean the project will finish a little bit faster so that it's that many fewer weeks, it's that much sooner that it's done, and people don't have to deal with this noise? Because if that's the case, then I think I would be inclined to say yes, if it compresses it by, you know, a couple of weeks or something. And I don't know if you can answer that.
Well, yeah, I
The
mean,
developer says 6 months. 6 months
That's
earlier.
the chair's answer.
Thanks, Barbara. But yeah, basically, depending on things, it would be 4 to 6 months on each project.
Thank you.
No, my question is, if by virtue of having the Saturday hours start earlier, does that mean instead of it being 6 months, it would be 4 months? Like, does that mean that it would take
It
less
would be
time
done
overall?
4 to 6 months sooner.
I see. Got it.
Yeah.
That really helps. In that case, I'm in favor.
Aisha.
Anything to make it be shorter for these people.
So if I remember correctly, in the first meeting, the yield wasn't that great. That was one of my issues. I think they had said something like 2 months, right? But whatever it is, of issue for me is a statement that there was community engagement, that in the face of what Mr. Wolf has stated here was not true, right? And we are the community board. And so the position that I took was in regards to making sure we are supporting appropriate public notice, that people have a dog in the fight in their own lives about whether this will affect them or not, and not that a developer is deciding it doesn't affect them and it's not important, and bringing hearsay about what the claims are of whether people support it or not. And what I'm
We had
hearing,
both
and
sides.
it is, I'm
and
sorry,
the
you're
public
interrupting
session
me.
was
You're
held.
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. So that being said, the reason why I insisted that it go back to committee so that the work that has been done, which I thanked Michelle because I couldn't attend the meeting that I requested would be necessary, right? Is because of that claim, right? And we have Mr. Wolf that has shown here to say, and even in the letter that Michelle wrote, that they just learned about this variance, right? And that they were not courted about it, and that they do not agree with the additional hours.
All right.
And yeah, and I think, you know, it was great that Michelle sent it to committee members appropriately when learn of this information, instead of putting it through inappropriate channels.
Yeah, that's called board members engagement.
I'm not
I
sure what
see-
the
I
side
see
comments, the
Domingo.
show horse and the inappropriate
I see
channels. What I do on my
and-
personal Facebook is none of your business.
I know, it's right behind you.
Please, just please. Domingo.
Yeah, so this is part of the what we're seeing here is a pattern to a president that has to be created in our community as to what do we create, how do we hold people accountable who are initiating projects or directly impacting everyday people with some project, right? So it's like we have to hold people accountable as to who they did the outreach to, and potentially try to get it beforehand to be able to reach out to them to make sure that this was done, like it was done. So I raised this concern during the executive meeting where it's like we need to, yes, it's not a requirement from the Department of Buildings, but the community board as these developers, whether anybody doing a project, DOT, when they engage the community, we have to make sure that that engagement is done, because you're talking about impacting everyday folks and further disempowering them by not even giving them the ability to engage in a process that's already impacting them. And that leads to further disenfranchisement and et cetera, right? So that's all I'm saying. We need to make sure that it should be across the board. Anything that impacts our community, whether the smallest or the biggest, folks need to be engaged, and we need to make sure we do the proper follow-ups.
Thanks. Very
You know, I would just say to that, you know, I think this was a unique ask for the board. And I think there were lessons learned at how to move forward with engaging the community.
I think, great job, Sally. Then Wayne, and then we'll move on to our next.
Yeah, I guess following Jim Berlin's comment, are we?
There's a thing back here.
Have we been assured that it's an automatic pass-through for the Department of Buildings to grant a variance? In which case, why does it even go to them? I guess I don't understand that, because it seems to me that there's three options. One is no variance, two is no 8 a.m. variance, and three is no 10 a.m. variance. But did someone confirm with DOB that this is an automatic pass-through?
May I address that?
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne. And then move on to.
Yeah, because this originated in land use, and we raised the issue of outreach, and so it went to Housing and Human Services, which was appropriate. We're using the wrong terminology. This is not a variance. It is a permit for Saturday construction. And so, and I think, thank you, Mariella Lee and Liz, for clarifying that, because that's what we're talking about. It's a permit for construction on Saturdays. And even if you have an approved building department permit, that's only for during the work week. If you want to do Saturday construction, you have to get a special permit for that, and it has to be renewed periodically. So that's what the developers are going for in each case. So it's not a pass-through, Sally. The applicant has to apply to the building department, and the building department has to approve it. And yes, what was pointed out to land use and to Housing and Human Services is those permits allow for construction to begin at 10 a.m. And what the applicant is seeking is to have earlier start hours. So the only point I was going to make is, in each case that says a resolution supporting after hours construction variance, we're using the wrong terminology. Variances apply to zoning, and this is basically for Saturday, to an earlier start for Saturday construction.
So Wayne, is it an automatic guarantee that they will receive a permit?
You're asking about automatic guarantee. There isn't an automatic guarantee when you apply to the building department for any permit. The building department reviews the permit. If it meets the code requirements, they approve it. But that approval would allow for a 10 a.m. start, not an 8 a.m.
Thanks. One last comment from Jim, and then we'll move right past to your resolutions, Wayne. Go ahead, Jim. It's 10 a.m.
Thank you. I want to disagree with my colleague Liz. Although it is the purview of the Department of Buildings to either grant or not grant a Saturday permit, we have every right to comment on our opinion about whether we want them to do that or not. That is what we are here for. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So Wayne, thank you so much for your comments.
And
moving along to Wayne Benjamin's two resolutions.
Eleazar, are we?
Daryl, I really need to move.
Sorry, I understand that, but I just, there are a lot of people that haven't spoken, and it's, I'd like to get a sense, but I also think I want to make sure people are understanding right now, both projects are doing external construction. They will eventually move into the internal stage. My understanding is that whatever we decide here lasts for the length of their permit. So could we decide to grant early hours for internal stages of construction? I'm not sure if that's a friendly amendment, or do we need to vote on that, or what people think, or?
I think that we should just straight out vote on what we have and move, just get this out of the way. All right, so thank you. Wayne?
Thank you, Eleazar. So there are two resolutions that were considered by the Land Use Committee. You have them. I will not, review them in detail, but I will say for the first one, which is the heritage marker signage resolution, this is an example of how a single project can actually go through multiple committees. It began in Parks and Cultural Affairs last year, with Parks and Cultural Affairs passing a resolution which the board unanimously passed, supporting the initiative itself. This particular resolution is not dealing with the initiative itself at all 25 markers. It's only dealing with the 2 markers that are to be placed in the Jamel Terrace Historic District. And because they're being placed in the Historic District, LPC review and approval is required. And that's what land use considered and voted on. And just for a recap, these, you may have seen these around the city. It's a standard sign that's on basically a lamppost, and it gives information on why a place or a building is of historic importance. And in the Jamel Terrace District, as you can see in the resolution, there are 2 people who we are honored to have as been members of the community. This also requires later the Traffic and Transportation Committee to consider it, because anything placed on the sidewalk is under the jurisdiction of T&T. So, of DOT rather. So we'll probably be hearing about this again. So, we were very much in favor of the initiative when it was passed, and we're in favor of the markers to be placed in the historic district. They don't take away from the district. As a matter of fact, they reinforce why the historic district is historic. The second resolution actually goes to the point I was making to our elected officials. When CB12 undertook a planning study, we pointed out that certain areas actually has zoning since 1961 that allows for much higher level of as of right legal density. And when projects are built under that density, the buildings are out of context with the built fabric. So we're asking city planning to look at the area from 155th to 177th, which is the only area of Washington Heights Inwood that is zoned R8, which has a density that's almost twice as much as R72, which is the rest of that, and to rezone it, not downzone it, but rezone it to something that would be contextual, that would allow or require any new development to basically respect the scale of the existing community. So that's what the second resolution is, looking at the R8 mapped area and asking city planning to change it from R8, which does not require any height limits, to something contextual that would. Any questions?
Never get many questions.
Well, that's not true, but it depends on the resolution.
Okay. Moving along, Department of Liz Ritter and resolution.
Thank you. I encourage everybody to read the minutes of our last meeting. We had, among other things, a really robust conversation with a representative from the Washington Heights Corner Project. They presented at the Health and Environment Committee as well. So Steve may be reporting on that. We also were advised that the new grand staircase in High Ridge Park was opened, and it's beautiful, and it really is, and you should go check it out. I do want to announce briefly that we will be hearing very soon from the Parks Department an announcement of the concession award in Fort Tryon Park for the Fort Tryon Park restaurant. So we're looking forward to hearing about that. And at our next meeting, in addition to hearing a short presentation from Parks on pathways and benches on the segment in Fort Washington Park between West 171st Street and 176th Street, we will also be having, as Councilwoman De La Rosa mentioned, an extensive conversation with her regarding our priorities as a committee with regard to parks and cultural affairs, and also her vision for the community with regard to parks and cultural affairs. So I welcome you to attend that or to read the minutes. As you heard me say earlier, when I spoke briefly to directed comments to Congressman Espaillat, and as you've heard some people talk about in their testimony, most particularly Maggie Clark, we have a resolution which was passed unanimously by the committee calling on the federal government to use infrastructure money, federal infrastructure money, to fund the Lighthouse Link. We have, of course, a capital budget priorities process that we generally use to call on our city electeds to fund stuff. This project, and we don't usually have separate resolutions calling on anybody to fund a particular project. That's why we have the budgeting process. But in this case, this is a very expensive project. We don't actually know exactly how much. There have been a bunch of different estimates over the years, but certainly in the tens of millions of dollars. This is not the kind of funding that the city has or that the state has. It's really only going to be the federal government that's going to be able to pay for this. And it is an infrastructure, transportation infrastructure project that is really kind of perfect for funding from nice cat. From the federal government. So we had this resolution. There's also a whereas and a resolve that talks about needing to reach out to Amtrak to get an easement so as to be able to construct this path along part of their right-of-way. I believe it's uncontroversial. Let me know if you have any questions. Going once, going twice. I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much for your support. And I think I turn it back to you, Eleazar.
Thank you. There's red resolution. I read it. That's everything you do. Isidro,
thank you, Chair.
Your time to shine.
Oh, thank you. I waited a long time. Just quickly, I don't know if you are aware, but the state now has a new process to deal with licenses. Now we have the availability of having merchants to apply for temporary licenses. What that will do is that, in essence, upon submission of 30-day notice, the merchant will have no more than 270 days to apply for a license through the community board. This temporary license will be in effect for 90 days. And the understanding is that they will renew on every month, on a monthly basis. So that's something that's going to speed up the process. It's something that is actually active or has been active statewide, with the exception of New York City. And for the committee, we had 18 licenses. And I'm sure you've seen the minutes, but you're not going to vote on those that have been withdrawn. They have been listed very clearly so that you have an idea. They are like number 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 14, and 15. Those licenses have been withdrawn either prior to the meeting or at the meeting. We are asking that the following amendments or changes, particularly to agenda item number 16, which was voted in favor. The committee is requesting that this be changed to an objection because the merchants were supposed to bring a proof of purchase for sound limiter, and based with communication with Chanel, they have not submitted the receipt as it was required by the committee. So again, agenda item number 16, we would like to move that from no objection to objection because they failed to provide proof of a copy for sound limiter. We also have changes to agenda item number 2. As you can see, agenda item number 2 was previously supported by the committee. This particular merchant had two asks. One, to renew the license. The second one was to change the method of operation. Once we started discussion on the agenda item number 2, there was a discussion about whether or not an incident took place in or outside of the establishment. When we addressed the renewal, which is the agenda item number 2, the merchant explained that the incident took place outside of the establishment and therefore not fault of the establishment. However, as we progressed out with the agenda and they came back out to change the method of operation, we discovered that actually the precinct reported that the incident actually took place inside of the establishment. That was, very serious charges that were brought up by the precinct, assaults. You can check the minutes out for the specifics. But in the committee's minds, we indicated that would have changed our votes on agenda item number 2 if we had known that the incident actually took place inside the establishment. I had a conversation with other committee members, and they agreed that that agenda item should have been changed to a no vote, and that's why I'm requesting that agenda item number 2 be changed to a no or a to objection. I understand that Liz, and thank you, Liz, by the way, for not only checking our meetings, staying there for so long, but also for submitting some amendments and recommendations for agenda item number 2. And as stated, I see that you have your hand up. I would like for the chair to give me permission to recognize you first, so that you can clarify what the amendment will be. Liz.
Thank you so much. And I want to, Isidro is a nicer person than I am, and I will state bluntly what he is too polite to state. The applicant lied. They just flat out lied, and it was outrageous. And if you listen to the tape of the meeting, my hat is off to all of the committee members who were really quite polite and forbearing of this applicant in a way that I might not have been. So it was a little bit disappointing. But what I suggested was to, if you're able to look at this resolution number 2, I suggested in the 8th whereas, just stating whereas the 33rd precinct reported 10,311 calls and deleting the rest of that whereas, and then adding a new whereas, which says, whereas the owner stated that an assault at the location actually took place outside of the premises and did not involve the bartender, but the 33rd precinct representative confirmed that the incident did indeed involve the bartender and was related to a dispute which began within the premises, and then add a new whereas, which says, whereas based on the facts which came to light and the conflicting testimony of the applicant withdrew his application for a change in method of operation, knowing that if said application proceeded to a vote, it would have been rejected by the committee. Now, therefore, be it resolved, and have the resolved changed from does not object to object.
Thank you, Lisa. Well read and well said. We asked the merchant many times if indeed that incident took place inside or outside. And I recall that the vice chair was very clear on that matter. However, taking into account that what the prison reported, that's why we proceeded as such. I was now going to ask for some questions to come in.
Steve
First,
Simon, Ozzy, and you have a Tony, and then the same culprit. Curtis, you haven't said anything, so you go first.
I just want to clarify for the record and make sure I'm hearing things accurately. 12, 13, 14, and 15 are all withdrawn, right?
Let me double check on that.
One number when you were speaking, I see on the agenda 12, 13, 14, and 15, and 16 is now an objection.
So I checked out the minutes and let me just hold on.
Cedric, you didn't mention 13 when you were speaking earlier, and it's crossed out on the agenda.
Okay, thank you so much then, Debbie.
So that's accurate. I just wanted to clarify for the minutes. Thank you.
Yes.
So it's 4, 5, I'm sorry, it's agenda item number 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next
Okay,
question.
Curtis, thanks. Maria?
I have a question about the number 2, and then the one that was withdrawn, the number 13. Is that the same thing? You have a resolution, the number 13 is
It's
for
the
the
same,
same.
yes.
Yeah. So what is it, that they withdrew one and left the other one in, or what application? What's the story there?
I think that's the story we were just explaining, Maria.
Because I believe that, with all due respect, Liz is talking about rewriting this resolution all over again with different whereases which were never discussed at the committee level. I would suggest to send it back to committee if there was a, well, I mean, this is my suggestion, Liz, okay?
It
You do
was
yours and I
discussed,
have
if you
mine.
listen, right, but if you listen to the meeting, it was discussed at the committee level.
But
They
you are
did-
rewriting this whole thing.
Let's just, for the
sorry,
sake
you
of
are
order,
rewriting this whole
Maria,
thing, and
finish
that-
your point, and then we can go back to have the chairs respond.
And I have a lot of questions. I'm not on that committee. I'm not going to read this whole thing and analyze it now. But I think I noticed that there was one 13 that was withdrawn, and the number 2 was kept. The filing, the request is in. So why one and not the other? Why did they pull out both of them? I mean, I just don't know. I'm just asking.
You're asking if they withdrew and
They
why?
withdrew the number 13, which I believe is the same resolution.
So those are two different.
Fireball, 3920 Broadway.
Yeah.
So it's go ahead.
So do they have two
Maria, so
applications?
I could try to clarify it for you.
Okay.
When they came with number 2, it was a renewal for the on-premise liquor license. And we moved forward without sufficient information that came later from the precinct. They stayed on the agenda for the corporate change, number 13, that they withdrew because we were going to vote no with the new information that came from the precinct. So not to have that blemish on the record for the SLA, they withdrew the application, if that helps a little bit.
And Isidra's asking for resolution number 2 for the board to vote against it if we don't pass it as a friendly amendment, because we made our votes based on the lack of information that was later clarified by NYPD, the 33rd precinct.
I apologize for my internet connection. It was a little bit off.
That answered my question. I just wanted to know.
All right,
you
is
know.
that clear? Because we want to make sure that we don't get to ask the same question or something that had
And I'm sorry, Chair, just to clarify, it was 2 incidents, not 1. 2 assault incidents within the restaurant that came to light when we got to agenda item number 13.
All right, so
Thank you,
answered and 2 and 13 has already been established. So Steve Simon, acts away, and we need to move forward. It's 10:30.
I just want to say that it's, to me, it's unfortunate what I'm hearing about the Fireball Restaurant, because I believe it's the only one in Washington Heights participating in Restaurant Week. And I was thinking of looking into it, but I guess not. But Liz's amendments seem perfectly appropriate. I just want to clarify two things. Liz, do your amendments refer to two separate incidents, as Leo just mentioned? And can you provide some detail about the subject of those 311 calls?
The amendments don't mention two separate. I can certainly make that change. And I don't say anything about the 311 calls. There wasn't a lot of information in the meeting about that, but perhaps Isidro or Angel or Leo or someone can offer some information about that.
The 311 calls were mostly for loud music.
For noise? Okay.
Noise complaints.
I would
So then do you want 311 calls mostly for noise?
Yeah, I would add that.
May we stay with the question and answer?
And could I just ask one other question of Isidro? With regard to the 4 resolutions we had last month about all-night permits for New Year's Eve, do you know whether or not the SLA granted those permits?
I'm not sure if they granted, but we heard no negative report from the 34th precinct or the 33rd.
Well, I'm wondering if they had the permits to begin with.
I have no idea, but I can ask.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Ozzy.
Okay, I have 2 questions for resolution number 8 and resolution number 10. For number 8, it wasn't clear if the speakers are outside because this is not permitted. And there was some conversation about closing the doors. They have French windows or whatever. So I need to understand, the speakers are placed outside?
The merchant indicated that because the windows were open, music might have escaped. And that's why there were probably some noise complaints.
Okay, so the speakers are placed inside.
Inside, correct.
All right. In terms of number 10, is the change of ownership is 100%? The new owner is taking 100% of the shares?
The indication that he's the majority owner now.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Jim and Sally. Jim Berlin, Sally.
I believe my question was asked by OC, but I didn't quite hear the answer about what is the corporate change. So if you could just repeat that information for me in number 10.
The question was if it was 100% of all shares, and the answer was that the new owner has majority of shares.
So it's just like an ownership thing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sally, last question. I guess she had her hand up. So since we don't have any more questions, our secretary Curtis Young can go ahead and take her tally so we can vote. Oh, is that your hand up?
Could we just clarify if resolution number 2 is going to be the negative resolution, in which case we should vote in favor of that?
5 people were present.
I think that's the course of action.
That's what Isidro said.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Can you repeat that, Isidro? I don't want her to come from.
So yes, indeed, number 2 will be a negative resolution and will be avoided as such.
As amended.
As amended, correct.
But I don't, this is Barbara. I don't understand. If I vote yes on it, what does that mean?
You're voting in favor of that resolution to be voted down as an objection. It will be an objection. So you'll be voting yes.
So yes means I object to them getting the license.
Correct.
Yes
okay,
means
thank
no.
you. Okay, thank you.
Yes means no.
Yes means no.
All right, good. So,
May I interject, Eleazar? Sorry.
Yeah.
So just a final point of clarity. So number 16, we're also is also stated as an objection, right, Isidro? I just want to make sure for everyone.
Thank you so much, Simari. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Curtis,
Okay.
let's vote.
Okay, so we are voting on A through E and then number 1 through 18 with 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15 being withdrawn. So I will begin with Joel Abreu. How do you vote? Please register your no's first and then yes to the rest or abstain. Joel.
Curtis, may you please come back to me?
Yes. Jamirna.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Okay, so come back to you after. So Joel, are you there? Joel? Okay. Mario Ali.
Oh, sorry. Abstaining on A and B, yes to the rest.
Okay. Richard Allman.
Abstain on A and B, yes to the rest.
Okay. Mary Anderson.
No on A and B and yes to the rest.
Okay. Linus Aquino Gil. Absent. Wayne Benjamin.
Yes to all.
James Berlin.
I vote no on A and B. And I just want to remind everyone, based upon what I said earlier, there's really no, at this point, based on our bylaws, there's no distinction between an abstention and voting no. They both are against the resolution. Thank you.
So you are voting no on A and B and yes to the rest?
That is correct. Thank you.
Daniel Bonilla.
No to A and B and yes to the rest.
Tanya Bonner.
No A and B, yes to the rest.
Ilya, I'll come back to you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Cochran. Daryl Cochran.
Yes to all. And Jim, I would disagree. I think the distinctions are personal.
Okay. Can I move on? No was Crawford.
Congratulations, Curtis, on your first secretarial role. Still looking for a co-chair. I might fill that spot. Abstain from A and B. Yes to the rest.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Robin Cruz.
Yes to all.
Okay, Waldis Cruz.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Catherine Diaz.
Yes to all.
Domingo Estevez.
Abstain on A and B and yes to the rest.
Okay, thank you much. Alrighty, Gabriel Estrella.
No A and B, yes to the rest.
Okay. Ashley Fernandez.
No on A and B and yes to the rest.
All right. Thank you. Sally Fisher.
I just need, before I vote, I just need to clarify, was the only thing we changed number 16, it went from a no objection to an objection?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
No, we also changed number 2
I
is an
apologize.
objection.
2 and number 16 are now objections.
Okay, so come back.
Okay. Ready. So Faye Florban.
Yes to all.
You're ready to chop my head off. Barbara Fraser.
No on A and B, yes to the rest.
All right.
Nothing yet.
All right. Samari Hernandez.
So no on A and B, yes to the rest.
All right. Marion James.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Thank you. All right. Danielle Detu. Absent. Leo Jimenez.
I'm gonna abstain on A and B and yes to the rest.
Okay. Yes to rest. Joseph Klinsky.
Same. Abstain on the first 2, yes to the rest.
All right. Osi Kamener.
No to A, no to B, yes to the rest.
All right. Michelle Lee.
I'm gonna abstain on A. I'm gonna say no to D as in David.
No to D. Okay, abstain on A and no to D as in David, and the remaining.
Yes to the rest.
The rest. All right, Francisco Lopez.
Okay, no to A and B. No to 2. No to 16 and no to 11. Yes to the rest.
All right, no to 16, 11, 2, no to B, no to A, and yes to the rest. Elizabeth Loris Ritter.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Maria Luna.
It's not gonna be too bad. It's not gonna be too bad.
You're too bad.
Okay, I'm voting no on A, B, 2, 8, 10, 17. Yes to the rest.
Wait, one.
Maria, just to be clear, no, 2 is a negative resolution. So if you're
I
voting
know
no
what I'm
on it,
doing. I know what I'm
Okay.
doing. The number 2, I am voting no on your reversals, okay?
Okay.
I'm not too clear about why you are pulling that one off right
Do your
now.
thing. Do your thing,
It's a
Maria.
great, it's a great restaurant.
Just for the sake
Anyway,
of-
I'm going back.
Yeah, please go
Okay,
back.
Curtis,
Yes.
listen to me.
Okay.
No to A, B, 2, 8, 10, 17.
10, 17.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Got you. All right, Emily Marte.
Can you come back to me? I'm having a hard time reading after being on the computer all day.
No. Cindy Matos.
Yes to all, Curtis. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jay Mazur. Jay Mazer. Jay, are you there? Mr. Mazer, are you there? All right, I'm gonna circle back around. Isidro Medina.
Yes to all. Great job, Curtis.
Thank you. All right, Debbie.
No to A, yes to the rest.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jonathan.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. Thank you. Aisha Ogilvy.
No to A and B, yes to the rest.
All right, Wendy Pena.
No to A and B, and yes to the rest.
All right, Paradise Phoenix, absent. Bruce Robertson.
Yes to all. Thanks, Curtis.
Thank you. Yes to all. Genesis. Genesis is absent. Elietta Santiago.
Thanks, Curtis. Yes to all.
Yes to all. All righty, Steve Simon.
No on A and B, not voting on E because of my position with the New York City Parks Department. Yes on all others.
All right, Angel.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. And I am going to vote myself no to A and B and yes to the rest. And then liaison.
And I have to vote too.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll go back to the list now. There were a few others. So I'll come back to you, Eleazar. Joel Abreu. Is Joel still present? Going once, going twice. Jamirna.
Yes to all.
Yes to all. All right, who else did I miss? Sally.
I'm voting no on A and B. I'm abstaining from 1, 7, 8, 10, 17, and 18. And yes to the rest.
And who else?
And thank you, Curtis.
Thank you. Going through it again. Emily Marte, I didn't get you. Emily,
Can I abstain? I can't read anything. I'm sorry.
saying on everything?
Yeah.
All right, you have that right. Jay, are you with us now?
Yeah,
Okay, how would you like to vote, sir?
no on A, no on B, no on A, yes to the others inclusive.
Okay, so that was no on A, B, and the number 8, correct?
Yeah,
Cool, got you. All righty, so that is all, folks. Oh, our chairman, Mr. Brito, Eleazar. Eleazar?
Very well. So we account our votes. Now we're going to move on to our committee reports.
No, you need to vote, my man.
You have to vote.
Say that again?
I'm calling on you to vote.
So what again?
How do you vote on the resolutions this evening?
Well, I think that was when Sally cut me off. I said yes to all.
Yes to all. Okay, perfect.
Sorry about my apologies.
All right.
I'm
cool.
sorry, Eli, can we have a way to accommodate Emily that cannot read right now?
A way to accommodate what?
Yeah, she cannot vote because she cannot read the agenda. Can we accommodate Emily? Maybe Curtis can read the different resolutions. I mean, like the numbers and.
I don't know that we.
Because Emily is unable to vote.
And can we also have the updated directory sent out? Because I was trying to text.
She voted. Well, she already said abstained. Well, Emily, are you willing to be walked through some of these resolutions? Let me just ask her what she wants to do.
I can't read at the moment just because I've been on the computer all day. So that's why I'd rather just abstain.
Okay.
Are you sure that you wouldn't want us to at least read them up to you? We can do that if you want.
Time check, please. We got to be considerate. She already voted.
Okay, good enough. So,
well, Emily, if you have problems of this nature in the future, you can email me prior to the meeting, and we can set up time to discuss the resolutions prior to the meeting.
Yeah, sorry, everyone.
No problem.
Sorry, Emily. Sorry about that. Now that we're moving along to our 4th hour, it's 10:30. I'd like to get our committee reports from Debbie and Abavian, who's up first.
Thanks, Eli. I'm going to refer people to the minutes. You'll see we had sort of a slightly unusual format last month to go through the New York City Streets Plan, which was published in December. That is something that is now required by law of DOT to publish a streets plan that'll be updated every 5 years. It's 100 pages. The committee split it up and discussed the goals, the objectives, and really tried to get a common understanding of what's in there. I'll let people look at the minutes and then happy to share the link. It's publicly available for the whole 100 pages for those that are interested.
Okay, so refer back to the minutes. Francisco Lopez.
Yes, hello. For most of my report, I refer to the minutes. We had Tremaine Wright, who was the chair of the cannabis board, come speak to the community. We're gonna kind of do more into having folks like herself come to the board and speak on certain topics that relate to business and cannabis. Again, refer to the minutes, and thank you, guys.
Thank you, Francisco. Mary Anderson.
Please read the minutes.
Faith Florimon.
Referring to the minutes.
Domingo Esteves.
Hey.
Refer to the minutes.
Right. Now we're going to our first.
Over me.
Steve
Thank
Simon.
you. All right, first of all, I want to respond to something that came up earlier in the meeting. Francisco stated that we don't have a PAL program in Washington Heights Inwood, and Councilmember Abreu said something about the Armory. I want to make it known to those who are not aware, we do have a PAL program, and it is based at the Armory. I want to now provide the latest statistics on COVID-19.
For months.
I want to provide the latest information on COVID-19. We are still experiencing, although that we may be trending downward, we are still experiencing a high transmission rate, 465.89 new cases for 100,000 people over the past 7 days, which is still, it is lower than a month ago and is actually less than half of where we were just 1 week ago. We now have 45,608 total cases and 886 deaths since the beginning of the pandemic. What's incredible is that since our last board meeting on December 21st, we've had 18,685 new COVID cases in this community, which is 41% of the entire number since the beginning of the pandemic, just in the last month. Our vaccination rates are creeping up a bit, still way behind the city as a whole in Manhattan. Total vaccinated with at least one dose between 74 and 79% in the 4 different zip codes, and those who are totally vaccinated between 66 and just under 70% in the 4 different zip codes. Please look at our minutes. We had an extensive discussion with the Corner Project about the Overdose Prevention Center, which they opened up at 180th in Amsterdam. They reported that 49 overdoses have been prevented at that location as of January the 5th. And they also reported that they have a close working relationship with at least a couple of different drug rehab centers, which have stationed workers inside the Corner Project to talk to people about entering into treatment. If the elected officials, representatives are still present, I want to let them know that we are anxious to work with them to reopen and increase the number of testing sites that the city is running in Washington Heights and Inwood. We discussed at our meeting reopening the District Health Center at 168th Street, as well as the location at Nagel Avenue and Dykeman. And we are also we were encouraged by the fact that the hospital finally opened up a testing site at one of its ACN locations, and we would like to see them do that at all of their ACN locations. Please look at the minutes. We also had a report from Isabella, from the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for the entire MJHS system, which was a fairly positive report indicating that 100% of the employees, 90% of the residents are fully vaccinated, and 75% of the residents now have boosters. At the next meeting, we intend to discuss the brownfield cleanup plans for both 4650 Broadway and the site at 207th Street and 10th Avenue. And we hope to also have a full discussion with Presbyterian about services currently being provided to psychiatric patients, especially in light of the closure of the psych unit at the Allen Hospital. Thank you.
Jermaine, you have the one and only question before I move on to Marielle or Darrell Cochran's report.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for Steve. So prior to the pandemic, when was the last time you went to the Army to check out the PSAL that's in Washington Heights?
There's a PAL.
Yeah, the PAL. When was it, prior to the pandemic, when was the last time you visited that space?
I don't have a date.
Okay. I think I really recommend you get a visualization of the space we have in Washington Heights for youth recreational activities and just youth development as a whole.
Yes. That's it. Marielle Ali or Darrell Cochran on their report on housing.
My point is probably best for new business. It's like the 30-second thing. I can wait till the end.
All right.
Thanks.
All right then. So
Yep, I would refer to the minutes then for the committee.
So yours is Marielle Ali. Okay, great enough. Thank you guys for the great presentations. Nobles Crawford, the results on the rest on the
I
runoff
hope you guys
election.
didn't forget about me. It actually might be why there's about 58 people on this line. So look, guys, thank you again. Democracy as well on CB12 here. We had a total of 43 votes. Thank you again to the NomCom for going through all this with me. 43 votes, 1 abstain, 17 votes for our current incumbent, Tanya, and 25 votes, and please congratulate Angel Vasquez as the new second vice chair of Community Board 12. Congratulations, Angel. And thank you so much for your service, Tanya. Folks, thank you for the election 2022. I'm out.
All right, Nobles, thank you for all the great work, and thank you for all the great work that Tanya has put in. Now we're gonna go to new minutes. Marielle, before we call the meeting for adjournment.
Yes, thank you, Elisa. I'm just really, sorry, just a really quick point. I was a bit disturbed by the comment that was made earlier regarding accessibility. And so I would just, it really encouraged us to, we're not sure what accommodations or considerations that people have, both seen and unseen. So we really need to be mindful of how we're saying things. And I would encourage us to, one, look into transcription as well as using accessible print. I work with people who have a variety of disabilities. And so was really offended by the comment that Domingo made. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
No problem.
Well said.
Unless anyone else have any other comments to make, I will be calling this meeting for an adjournment.
I second that.
Have a great night, y'all.
You didn't announce public members.
Oh, sorry. Public member, Luis Cruz, welcome. My apologies.
Welcome.
Luis Cruz, thank you. Faye, great work, great job.
Good night.
Luis back. Bye-bye.
Good night, folks.
Thank you.